Hello friends, welcome back to ITBS Media. Today I want to quickly show you how you can insert or embed a video into a Word document. Also how you can put your video in Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. So let's quickly look at the Word. Let me bring the Word document up. This is version 2016. So let's open this. Let's assume you have documents, texts all along this way. And now you want to put a video in this, or let's do something. I will create a paragraph and move on to get another okay. Alright, so let's assume you want to put your video in between this. Okay, and just go onto insert button, click on your insert button, and here you have your online video. Once it loads, then you'll be able to go to YouTube or put the URL of the video and it can load for you. Sorry about the delay, guys. Okay, so I will go to ITBS Media to select a video. Okay, so this one is from how to customize and increase column in Microsoft Explorer. Let's select this. Once you select it, then click on insert, and you see the video is inserted into your Word document. You can leave it and you can change the size depending on how you want the size to be. So you can use this in presentation if you are using your Word document. And let's play this and see.
Welcome to ITBS Media. It's always a pleasure to have you here. In this video, we will discuss how to set column to your Word document. And without delay, let's go into the business.
So that is how to embed. Sorry guys, that's how to embed a video into your Word document. And don't forget, you can listen to this, how to set column in Microsoft Word documents. In this video you see that we set this word flush from left to right, and we set it into columns. I will just move it quick and see how it was changed into columns. So if you want to know how to do that, you can click on this video or look for this video and from ITBS Media and listen to it. Thank you. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is look at how we can take our Word out, and I'm not going to save this. So Hello everyone, thank you for stopping by at ITBS Media. That's IT-BS Media. Today we want to consider this question: how to remove all unfilled rows in a table. This question was sent to me by one of the visitors to the channel who listened to how to remove lines from a table in Microsoft Word and wanted to know how, if the record is in 13579, how can the unfilled rows like row 2, row 4, row 6, and row 8 be removed. I will say that in Word document, Microsoft Word document does not have that functionality to delete alternate rows, but there is a go around you can do. Apart from the fact that you can write a code to do that, which I will not do in this video because it's not everyone that is tech savvy that can go into that. So I will limit this video to a very simple way, because the focus of this channel is to bring out simple ways people can go about their daily business with documents and get it done in a professional way. So if you have a record in Microsoft Word and you want to remove alternate rows, I will suggest you do this. Okay, let's first create a table. So let's create 8 columns and let's create 9 rows. Okay, so we have our table. Now let's populate the table. Okay, without wasting time, we just highlight this and copy it to alternate rows. Since we are just demonstrating to show that only these alternate rows have record in them. So this is row 1, this is row 3, this is row 5, this is row 7, and this is row 9. So we have this. So let's copy this. Let's copy the table. Like I said earlier, I will suggest you copy. You either right click and use the copy icon here, or on the alternative you press Ctrl C and copy the table. Then open a spreadsheet. So now here press Ctrl V and paste your table. So we have the table here right now. So what we need to do next is put our cursor out here in the next column here and write this simple formula. Row, open your parentheses and close it. We want to know what row is this. We want Excel to, and I press enter, and that tells me that is row 1. So I'll move this down. Now we have a row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to embellish, that is, make this formula more robust by using the mode function. Put this, and here put comma, which is the divisor, and put 2 and close your parentheses. So once you do this, what we are trying to do is we want to divide each row number by 2. Row 1, this is 1. If you divide it by 2, it won't have a 0 as your final answer. This one, if you divide it by 2, it will give you 2 divided by 2 is 0. This one will give you 0 and it will have a remainder. So anything that will have a remainder that will not be completely divided will give you 1. And the ones that are even will give you 0. So what you do is press Ctrl button and enter. See, it has given us 1 0 1 0 1 0. So the last thing we need to do on this page before we copy it out is to filter. So go to the sort and filter button and click on filter. So we want to filter the ones. The ones are the rows that we need, which is 1 3 5 7 9. So let's remove 0. So we uncheck 0. So here you have your 1 3 5 7 9 rows. So you can copy this row back, Ctrl C, and take it back to your Word document. So delete this and put back new row. So this is the row you need. This is your row. And if you need to put row number, you can just put your cursor here and go to insert button and click insert row. Sorry, insert column to the left. So you can now put your, if you like, you can label it 1, depending on how you want to use it, 3 5 7 and 9. So KB, your question is answered. So that's how you can do this. If it is originally in Excel, you don't need to transfer it, just do the filtering in Excel and you are good to go. That is all about how you can remove unfilled rows. Thank you for watching the video, and please do not forget to subscribe. If today is your first time of watching this channel, subscribe, like our video, and also share with your friends. And if you have been watching videos on this channel, do like the video and don't forget to share it with your friends. Thank you. I'll see you again. If you have any other, if you have comments or you have a suggestion, you can also put it in the comments section. I'll see you next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to ITBS Media channel, where the focus is on providing solutions to common problems faced by users of IT tools. If you have not subscribed, please hit the like button, share the video, and press the notification button so that when we put any new video, you will be notified. Alright, today I want to show you how to restore a disappeared ribbon in Microsoft Word document. You may open up your Word document and discover that the ribbon is not there, and you're wondering, where is the ribbon? How do I have access to some of the functionalities that are listed in the ribbon? Remember, if you go into your file, you click on the file and you select option. From there you can actually go up and bring up some of the functionalities that you need in Microsoft Word. So now let's get started. What you need to do to bring back the ribbon that has disappeared, just click on the home button and you see right there the ribbon is back, and you now have access to your clipboard, font, paragraph, style, editing voice and other functionalities that you may decide to add to your own ribbon, because you can customize your ribbon. Now, unfortunately, this ribbon will not remain there permanently unless you pin it to the board. So if you want to use it, if you want it to remain on your document, look at the right corner, say like seeing the ribbon, keep it open while you work. So what you need to do is click on the thumbnail icon, and that's automatically, oh, I think I clicked it twice, sorry about that. So let's go back there. Okay, so it is there for you. Now you have access to all that you want in the ribbon. And if at the end you don't want the ribbon up there again, you can as well remove it by collapsing it. And how do you collapse it? Just move back to the same place, same spot where you pinned it, to unpin it, and we'll just put your cursor right here, and you say collapse the ribbon. Remember, you can use Ctrl F1 as a shortcut to bring up the ribbon, and you can use the same shortcut Ctrl F1 to collapse the ribbon. So let's collapse the ribbon now. So the ribbon is collapsed, and if you use Ctrl F1, you see it's back there, and I want to use Ctrl F1 to collapse it again. So you can as well do the same, practice it and see that it worked for you. Okay, so that is all we're going to discuss on this short video on how you can bring back the disappeared ribbon in Microsoft Word document, and how you can pin it to the board. You can retain it as long as you want it to continue to be there, and you can collapse it when you don't want the ribbon up there again. Thank you for watching this video. Hello, welcome to ITBS Media. Now I want to show you how you can remove rows from Excel table. There could be a scenario where you're working with spreadsheet at work and you have a need to remove every fifth row in your table. Take for example the table we have here. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to remove 5, row 10 and row 15. Like that. It might be, maybe your rows, you have about 150,000 rows. You can do this by simply writing out row, open your parentheses, and this, why you need this is to ask Excel what cell, what row is this cell in, and press enter. Tells you is in row 1. So pick, start from that row 1 and drag down, and you have all the rows numbered to the right here. So the next thing you do is go to the formula here and insert mode function. Put open parenthesis here, put divisor and put 5. If it is every third row you want to remove, then you put 3. If it is every 7th row, you put 7. So close your parenthesis, and the next thing you do is you press Control and Enter. When you do that, the formula will put 0 in every 5th row for you, because it will divide each row number by 5, and where it has a complete division with 0 as the final answer, it will put 0. The others will have 1. So what you do now is press Control and Enter. You see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and in 5 we have 0, in 10 we have 0, and in 15 we have 0. So we want to remove row 5, row 10, and row 15. So what we do next is we go to Sort and Filter. So we click on Filter, and that's we group all the numbers. It will group all the 2s together. It will group all the 3s together. It will group all the 4s together. So let's say, so we have to uncheck 4 because we need 4. We have to uncheck 3. We have to uncheck 2. We have to uncheck 1. So we have only 0 left. So we can delete that. Now because our filter button is here, it leaves this out. But these that are marked in blue are the rows that you want to remove. So what you do is just highlight these rows and go to delete sheet rows. So you have that. Then you can go back and check all these rows. So we have 12 rows. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is gone. So let's go back to our filter and release. So we have released it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is gone. We have 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is gone. 15 is gone. So you have successfully removed row 5, row 10, and row 15, which are the 5th rows in the table. That is how to do that. Now let's look at another scenario. In case you want to remove every first row in each 5 rows. For example, let me go back and delete this so that we remove the formula. So now we go back to have our table as it was initially. All right. Okay. So the same thing we did when we were trying to remove every 5th row. We will do the same thing. So we do this. We have our 15 rows there. We put mode function again and open the parentheses here. This time around, we're going to put -1, comma 5 and close your parentheses. What we have done here is remove the first row in each 5 rows. So we press Control Enter, and you see the first row here is marked 0. 6, which is the first row in the next 5 rows, is marked 0, and 11, which is the first row in the next 5 rows, is also marked 0. Then we can filter out the zeros and delete the zeros now. So let's filter. uncheck all this and leave 0. So these are the ones in blue, and because we have 1 also to go with it, 1, 6 and 11, then you can delete everything now that is here and go to delete sheet rows. And once that is done, we have 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is gone, 6 is gone, and 11 is gone. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 15. That is how to delete the first row in every 5 rows. And you know you can just apply any number depending on the row you want to, the sequence of the row you want to delete. That is how to remove the rows in Excel worksheet. Thank you for watching this video. If today is your first time, please do subscribe, share the video with your friends and your colleagues at work. Also, like the video. And if you have been watching videos on this channel and you have subscribed, like the video. If you have not subscribed, please do subscribe as well. We'll see you next time. Thank you. Hello, welcome to ITBS Media. I want to show you how you can wrap your text within a cell, or how you can wrap your text within cells in the Microsoft Excel. Sometimes we want to type in content that are long within a cell. Then you begin to wonder, how will my text remain within the cell it's supposed to be? We often find trouble, we often encounter trouble doing this. I will just copy this word. This video is done to explain how you can wrap all your text within a cell in Microsoft Excel. Let's put this in a cell in Excel. So let's put it in A1. You see, this is not what we want. And if we want to type in B1, let's just type, this is not what I want. Okay, so you see, you cannot actually read what you have in A1. You cannot read what you have in A2 if you type on C also. So simply how you can do this is click on the cell, or I will do it I will do A and for B too separately, but if you like, you can just highlight all the cells you want to be able to read in their. Okay, let me just do the two together, the two, that's A and B. Now right click on this and go to format cells and just go to alignment and check the box for wrap text, and you see, so you have all the content for A1 cell within that cell, and you can read it. This video is done to explain how you can wrap all your text within a cell when using MS Excel. This is not what I want, so we're going to change this now to this is what I want. So let's remove not, because now we have what we want. Okay, now we have what we want. This is what I want. And if you do that, you'll be able to keep your content within the cell you want it to be, and you will be able to read it. You will not need to. Okay, let me copy the same thing here into paste. Where's my paste? Okay, let me go back and copy the content again. Copy. So let's compare it. So here you see now, you cannot read this once you decide to write in a B. So what you have in A3 you cannot read. So that's why you need to wrap your text within the cell, and I think that should help you if you encounter this problem. Thank you for coming to the channel. Remember to subscribe.
If it's gorgeous.
Hello. In today's Microsoft Excel teaching, I will show you how to use Excel Quick Analysis. For the Excel Quick Analysis will be grayed out if you don't have data in your worksheet. So you have a blank worksheet now. And how do we get to Excel Quick Analysis? Just in any part of the worksheet, right click. You see, Quick Analysis is grayed out. So the first thing we do, because it's for analysis and you cannot analyze data you don't have, that is why by default you have data in your worksheet. Or if you click outside of a table where there is no data, then the function will be grayed out. So let's make a quick table. Let's call the first field, let's call it store, and the next field here we make that item A followed by item B. We want to create a scenario of stores that sell different about 3 or 4 different items. We want to compare their performance, assuming you are the supplier. You supply to various stores 4 different items, and you want to compare their sales performance. Let's create that scenario and let's see what quick analysis can help us to do. Alright, so item C and item D. Alright, let's give this store A, B, C, D, E. Alright, let's stop at that. Now let's input figure. As I'm doing this, well, you can just try and see if you can guess what number I'm going to type in while I'm doing that. these are random numbers. So while you're doing your own, if you want to practicalize what we are doing, or you want to follow this lesson while I'm doing it and you're doing your own too, so you can just generate your own random number. Alright, so we have item A populated, and let's move on to item B and continue like that. Alright, so we continue with that, and once we have our table, then we can start the analysis, or we can now analyze if we don't have data populated. Alright, finally item D. Right. Yes, we're almost there. Okay, so we have our table populated now. So the next thing we want to do is, let's click, remember I'll click outside here and see, you see quick analysis is grayed out. Let me click into one of, you see quick analysis is populated now, and we can use it now. So click on that. You see it has highlighted the table for you. And today what we do is, because we have various functions here, so we have formatting, we have charts. Let's just say if you want to do, you can see that, and if you want to change colors, we can change colors. You can group the data and assign color to them. Then we go to total. So you see this icon set, but we're still coming back there. You see greater than, then top 10%. These are the figures that are within top 10%. And if if you want to clear everything. So let me go to the totals. Here, the first thing I want you to understand is, once you see this, look at the table and see where it is highlighted. That's where the sum will go. It will run the total of each field, or what we call columns. And if you put it to the side, it will run the total sales for each store. So we can actually do both and still find a percentage performance for each of the two items, that is the 4 items per store and per item. So let's start with per item. Okay, so that means we go back here and just click on this. You have that. Let's go back. Quick analysis. Okay, so let's see more. And here you can see percentage here, and let's go down here. Percentage, let's find a percentage. For 1%, we put the percentage here. But if you want this, and you want the sum, and you still want the percentage, then what you do is gray it out. Then you need to go here, highlight it yourself, and include the sum. Then right click to get your quick analysis, and you can then go back to totals, then find total percentage. So here we have the total percentage of each items to the total sales, maybe volume for the month. Okay, so we have done that. Now let's see the performance of each store. Remember, this is store A, and the addition of item A, item B, item C, and item D will show us how well store A has performed for the month. So let's go back. Just right click, quick analysis. Okay, sorry about that. I clicked out of it. Okay, now we're going back to totals, and we want the sum here. So we have the sum, and now we want the percentage contribution of each store to the total sales. Remember, what we have down here is percentage contribution of each item to the total sales for the month. Now we want the performance of each store now. So what we do is highlight it and go back to quick analysis, total, and find more. Then we go to this, and now we have the percentage contribution of each store. Oh, I think I made a mistake here. I shouldn't have added this. At this point I should leave this one out. Okay, yeah, okay, then we can go this way now. Quick analysis, photos, then we go here, and now we have percentage of each of the stores, and that is how you can use quick analysis function to get a sum, and as well get a percentage performance of each item on your table. There are many other functionalities within quick analysis which I have shown you. You can have a bars drawn by the side of the data there. You can change, you can assign colors based on, you can draw charts, see, different charts. So you can actually create your dashboard using this. See? Alright, let me go back to spark lines. See, this is another thing you can do. And even within total, we did not exhaust everything. You have average, you have count, you have I think those are basically the most important things in the, then yes, you can find mean, the mean of as the average. You can do average count. Alright, so that is all we will discuss about quick analysis in this video. How to use quick analysis function to sum your data and to find percentage. Please, if you have not subscribe to this channel, and don't forget to like this video so that others also can have access to it. The more you like it, the more it's made available to more people. We appreciate your time and you liking the video and subscribing to the channel. See you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to ITBS Media. A great shout out to all our subscribers on this channel. If you have not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe, like and share the video. In this video, I'll be showing you how to protect your Microsoft documents and content. We'll look at Microsoft Word, Excel, Publisher, PowerPoint, how you can protect the content you have. It is possible that you have a folder that you share with others. It might be at work, it might be anywhere, but there are certain files that you want to keep to yourself, probably because of the sensitivity of the content. So you might decide to password protect these documents. So we'll see how you can do that quickly. Now let's open this. This is a Word document. We're using Microsoft 365. Alright, so this is a document and I want to make sure that the content is password protected. And I may also want to make sure that anyone that have access to this document is careful not to delete the content, or is careful not to delete the file. So I want to leave it in a read-only mode for others to access in read-only mode. So let's click on File, and you click on Info. That shows you the information of the document. So go to Protect Document and see all that you can do. You can always open in read only. So if you click on this, it will put the document in read only mode, so that if people access it, they will have it in a read only mode. It will not be in a write mode. So you will not be able to write into it, but you can only read it. You cannot edit it. And this is to encrypt with password if you want to password protect your document. So we'll go into that. Then if you want to actually restrict editing, control the type of changes others can make, this is where you go. So let's start with this. So I want to password protect this particular file now. When I click on this, it will bring it back and tell me to confirm it. Okay, so I have to re-enter the password. And now this document is password protected. So I can close it out and come back in, and let's see what will happen. Alright, so let me open it again and let's see. Here we go. This is what you see now, because you have enabled password protection on the document. So it will always require from you to put in the password before you can go in. The disadvantage of this is if you forget the password, you won't be able to access the content of the document. So you have to make sure that you have the password stored somewhere secure where you can always access it, or it is something that you remember always. So I will open the document now using the password I input. There you go. Alright, so let's go back to info. Okay, let's click on it. Let's put it in read only mode. So you see it says to prevent accidental changes, this document has been set to open as read only. Alright, so if you want to, all of you want to restrict editing, so you can, once I click on that, I say limit formatting to selection of styles. You can limit formatting to selection of certain styles. You have done your work and you don't want anyone to come and change the style that you have put with the heading, the font and stuff like that. You can decide to restrict that. So this is where you go. Then editing restriction, allow only this type of editing. So let's look at this. See, group, if you have group, you put it there, it is everyone. So show all regions this user can edit. So you can do that. Then no changes, read only. Track, if you want to track changes, allow. Then comments, filling in forms. So these are some of the restrictions you can put. You don't want this on that. Then when you do want to start, are you ready to apply these settings? So that's if you want to start. So I'm not going to put that now, but you know where to go if you want to restrict editing on your document. Right, let's go back to info. Just click on the icon, and if you want to add digital signature, this is where you go. Ensure the integrity of the document by adding an invisible signature. So for example, if I'm sending this document out and I want someone to read and forward it to someone else, and I don't want the person I'm sending it to tamper with the document, I can add digital signature so that if it gets to the final end, I can compare what is received at the final end to what I have and make sure that it has not been changed. Alright, so let readers know the document is final. If it is a draft, if you've been working on a draft, then you can use this to mark it as the final edition. If that's the final edition, after you've edited the document maybe several times, then you can put this check mark there to let the receiver know that there is no more editing. You've completed the editing or the review, and now you have the final version of the document. So that is about Word document. So I'm going to release this. Alright. See, when you want to remove the read only, just go back to the same place and click on read only. It will remove it. Now let me go to the password protection. You see it has come back to this. So let me remove the password. So I've removed the password, and because of that I can close it now and close the document. And bring it up. And let's see what will happen. Remember, I have removed the read-only mode and I have removed the password. That is why the document is able to open to me. I can see the plain text right in front of me. Alright, that is for Word document. Let's open Excel. The same thing is applicable to Excel worksheet. For Excel documents, you still go back to the author would like you to open the let's read on the, unless you need to make, oh, I think I put this one into read only mode yesterday. Okay, so this is where we go, file, then we go into info. So I already put this in read only mode. That's why I received the initial information that I had there, and that information tells whoever is opening the document to be careful. If there is no need for editing or writing anything to it, just access this document in a read only mode so that it will prevent accidental delete or changing of any content of the document. So the same thing here. And now for, you see, we have open and read only, we have encrypt with password, just as we have in Word document. But beyond that, in Microsoft Excel, you have protect current sheet. Remember that Excel workbook has, you can open different sheets, so you can decide to protect the current sheet that you're working on. That's by clicking on this, and you can decide to protect the workbook structure. You can add signature. Let's just try this. See. Okay, now in this particular sheet 1, there are so many things we can do. We can put password and check what we want protected. Like, we can select cells, we can protect from formatting cells, we format columns, row, insert row. So allow all users of this worksheet to, so whatever is checked here, the users of the worksheet will be able to do all those things. If you don't want them to do anything, just make sure that you uncheck that. So if you have created your row, the table, and you don't want the rows and the columns to be tampered with, make sure the rows and columns are unchecked. So that is, you don't want them to delete column, you don't want them to delete rows. Make sure that all these are unchecked. If you check it, that means you allow all users of this worksheet to delete columns, you allow them to delete rows or to sort. So that is what we're just going to look at in Excel. So you see a slight difference between Excel worksheet and Microsoft Word, because Excel has to do with table and it has sheets. You can just open the next sheet here. So we have sheet 1, we have sheet 2 now. So you can password protect sheet 1, but sheet 2 may not be password protected. Okay, so I will close this out, and same goes for PowerPoint. Just wait and see. Okay. Few seconds, that should load, and let's see what features are available. Alright, same, we go here into info, alright, then same thing. So you see read only password, digital signature, and mark as final. This is very similar to Word, but Excel has more fine-grained features that can work even up to the level of row or columns limitation, as limitation on editing rows or columns. So this is what I'll be able to show you in this video. The same thing is applicable to your Microsoft Word publisher. So thank you for staying through, and if you have not subscribed, don't forget, do subscribe, like the video, and share with your friends and families and colleagues at work, and look out for the next video. At ITBS Media, we produce videos to enlighten all and sundry on how to maximize the applications you have because you pay for it. So it is good that you're able to, you know what features are there and how you can maximize these features. Thank you. See you in next video. Hey, have you had to write an essay where you are given a limit on the length of the essay or an article? Well, this video is to show you how you can know the number of words or characters in a write-up on Microsoft Word documents. You may need this if you are given a limit on what you should write in terms of the length of the write-up. So you're welcome to ITBS Media. If today is your first time on this channel, please do subscribe, like, and press the bell button so that you can be notified when a new video is released. Okay, let's dive into it. Now, if you look at the left corner right here, if you follow my cursor, you'll see here we have the word count. Can you see? Here I have 46 words. That is all that is in here. So if I add this to it, see, it changes. And as I continue to type, it continues to change like that. So that is how you know the word. But how do you know the character or some other information, the space of the within the document? How do you know how many pages the document has and stuff like that? You need to click on this, on that word count that you have here. Just click on it and you see you have one page, words is 47, and characters, if there are no spaces, is 181, and characters with spaces as it is now is 227. Then the paragraphs is just 1. Lines, 5 lines. So I'm going to do something now. I'm going to copy and paste this in maybe twice, and we'll see that the word count will statistic will change. Okay, let's do that. All right. Okay. I think I want to do it in such a way that we have more than one page. Okay. Now we have 2 pages. So let's go back here. And you see, now we have 2 pages, and the word count is now 233 from 47 we have initially, and characters with no spaces. Assuming we close all the spaces between the characters, then we will have we have a 899, and characters with spaces is 1128, and the paragraphs, now we have 5 paragraphs, and lines we have 25 lines. So that is how to do your word count. So you have the statistics there. If you like the video, remember to share the video with your friends and colleagues. Thank you. I see you in the next video. Alright. Well, I want to show you how you can freeze the first row so that when you move your cursor here, you can move your rows up and you have the first row frozen. Alright, let me quickly show you how you can freeze your first row. And that's very important if you're working and you have a long list of rows in your worksheet. You need to scroll up and down so that you have your first row fixed and you can always see the data in your rows and make reference to whatsoever they are, whatsoever field they represent. Alright, so what you need to do is go into the View tab up here, click on it, and go to Freeze Panes and Freeze Top Row. So obviously the first row, you can see the line here. Obviously this one is frozen now. So if you move your cursor up or down, you will see that the first row will remain frozen, is fixed, and you can now make reference to it and it becomes much easier for you. Okay, for you to see it clearly, let me just copy this. Okay, now we want to move this. Let me do that one more time so that we have something to move. Okay, you can see that the first row remains where it is because it's frozen already. That's how to freeze the first row. And not only the first row, you can do that. Well, if you want to release it, just go back there, go back to freeze pane, and you see on freeze panes. So that's done. So if you move it now, you see it moves with it because we have unfrozen the pane. So if you want to, let's move on to freezing the first column. Let's remove this because it's going to reference this if we leave it here. So let's delete this one and make this our first column. Alright, so freeze the first column. Now you can move your you see you can move your field here and there, and the first column will remain fixed. Alright, so let's go back and unfreeze that pin. Yeah. And the last one we'll do is this. Let's just say freeze panes and let's see what will happen. You see, it's broken the rows into sections for you. That's now you may need that and you may not need it. So just for you to see, it says unlock all rows and columns to scroll through entire worksheet. So that is how to freeze your first row and first column I have shown you. Thank you. Remember to give thumbs up, subscribe if you have not subscribed, and share with your friends. See you in the next video. Hello, welcome to ITBS Media. That's ITPS Media. Today I want to show you how you can customize your Microsoft Windows File Explorer. So let's go. Here is our File Explorer. Click on it and open it. Here you can customize this. I have a folder already. Let me go into this. This is the sample folder I want to use today. I will open the folder and I have some files in the folder, and you see by default you have about 4 fields made available for your use, but you can actually customize it and have more fields depending on what you want to see when you open your File Explorer, how much information you want to see about each file. So now if you want to increase the fields you want, what you do is put your cursor on the tab up here, around name, modify, that's the heading, and right click. You see this pop-up, this window that comes up. Click on more, and that gives you opportunity to go and scroll down and select whatever field you feel is relevant to you. Okay, see a lot of information. If you want to put anniversary, assistant's name, assistant's phone, depending on what information you want there. So actually I will just go down and I'll pick title, I'll pick word count, and I'll pick a comment. These are the 3 I want to add, and I will make it 7. So here is my word count, and I will move up. If you want your total, say we have the size for the file. If you want total size, if you want total file size, you can do that. If you want total editing time, you can do that too. So I will select title. I will also move on and select comments, just for demonstration purpose. Where is, okay, I've seen comments. Okay, so I select that. You can see these fields have been created for me. So let's go into the first file here and see what we can do. See, this information, comments, title are not available. If you actually want those information populated in your File Explorer, you need to have them in your document. So here, click on, let's go back, click on File, then scroll. Here you will see title here. I will tag this one ITBS Media, ITBS Media, ITBS Media Notes. Let me make that the title. Then comments. See, this is just for a demo. Okay, and what other thing do we have out there? Word counts. Okay, if you look at it, we have not put anything in there. That's why it is. So let's save it. let's go back to our Explorer, and for this we still have no comments there, but if we refresh, you see we have this populated now. If you have for word count to be populated, definitely something more, you must have typed something in there. This channel is ITBS Media. So save. See, if you go back and you refresh without saving the sentence you put in the, you see, nothing is changed. We'll go back now, then we save. Let's go back to this and refresh. See, we have 5 words now. So that is how you can populate or make expand the fields in Microsoft Window Explorer, so that the information you see about your files can be robust. Thank you. We appreciate your coming to this channel. We want to tell you to please subscribe. We love you coming back, and remember to click on the bell button so that you can be notified each time we load new video. Again, we say thank you. Hello, today I want to show you how to embed a file into a Word document. That is, moving a whole file, a whole document, and embedding it into a document you're working on. Right now I've opened a Word document. I will just type a few things in here. So let's assume we have this. And you have it like that. And you decide to embed a file next to this where the cursor is. What you need to do is click on the insert button. When you click on the insert button, move towards the right and select the object. Here in the object we have 2 options. One is the object, the other one is text from file. If you choose text from file, you will be able to copy all the content of the file or the document, the file you want to move over. But it's not going to move the file, it's going to copy just the content into this working Microsoft Word document that we have open here. So let's just demonstrate that before we embed the whole document. So we click on file, then I will just pick this file to embed. So I expect the content to be copied over. You see, the content of that file is copied over here. I will clean it off, then I'll go back and move the file over to this document. To do that, we go back to the object pane here, click on it and click on object. This time around, not text from file, object. The dialog box is opened. So click on create from file, and it's good that you have your display icon checked, so check it. Then let's go and pick the file we want to use. I'm picking this file to embed. So click OK. If you want, before we click OK, if you want to change the icon, you have the opportunity. You can change the icon to whichever one you like. So let's click OK and be out of that. Now we click OK, and our file should be embedded inside this working document we have open. There we go. So here you have the file. So this whole file is brought from where you have it in the folder in your PC, and it's embedded inside this document, and you can just double click on it to open this document. You see, we have the document open now, and when you probably review this document and you want to close it back, all you need is just close it. That's all. The document still remain inside this working document. You embed it. So the beauty of this is that if you're attaching, you want to attach this Word document as evidence for a particular reason, you can embed it in here. Though you might want to consider the security of the content. It depends on the content before you use this kind of a method. You want to know who will be receiving this document, who will have access to it, what's the content of the document you are embedding into this one. These are some of the things you have to consider. Thank you for coming over to see this. I do hope that you will subscribe. I sincerely want you to subscribe so that when we upload new video, you will be notified. Thank you. Hello viewers, I am going to show you how you can enjoy your Microsoft Office. Precisely, we'll be using Microsoft Word today, and what I want to show you is how you can bring up more resources from this particular software, Microsoft Word. When you install your Microsoft Office, there are some of these tabs that come, and you have all these features come with it by default, but you can go ahead and bring up more features that will suit your purpose. And let's go right into File and go to Options, and most of the features reside within Customize ribbon and the Quick Access toolbar. We have some other things you can bring up here, like display. You can tweak it to suit your purpose. You can go to Proofing. You can go to Save, Language, Advanced. Well, here now I want us to go into Quick Access toolbar. So what we want to bring up here, see a lot of the features we have here. You have a text box, you have some other things. Some of them might have come with your maybe insert button. So, well, what you may not have is, let me see, Quick Access. I want to bring up the reader. Speak. track changes. If you want to track changes, you can put it and add to your toolbar. Let's pick another thing here. Open recent files. If you like, you can go to open recent files. You can put that one there too. So email, you can decide to put that there. Font, define number, new format, and let's just add those two, and let's see our toolbar now. So we have those here. And if we go back into options, let's go to customize ribbon. See, so many things here. You can have your quick print or print preview if you want your print preview at the, but if you're using this, you have to add it to one of the main tabs. Here you have the main tabs, or you create a new tab. Let me create a new tab and call it my print. I want to rename it my print. Okay. Then you can bring your print preview there and add it. So it's right there. Okay. So now we have the new tab here. You see our print preview there. And you can change the name of this. So that's, if you navigate into the option, you have a lot of things you can tweak there to suit your purpose. That's all we'll be discussing in this video. Thank you for being with us. Remember, this is IT-BS Media. Yeah, welcome to IT-BS Media. I want to talk about how to insert and print background color, watermark text, or watermark picture. So let's dive in. Now we have the design tab here. You click on the design tab. We want to start with inserting a background color and watermark. After that is done, then we will go into how you must prepare your document to make sure that the background color prints, because it is not in every situation that you put background color or you add background color that the color will print when you send it to your printer. The reason could be because the document itself is not configured well to allow the printer to pick the background color. So you have to do that. You have to set that in place before you send it to the printer, and the printer will be able to print the background color or image. So let's click on design. Go to watermark. Here we will click on customize watermark. So we select picture. Let's start with picture. Select picture. Okay, from file. So I will use this picture. Let's insert it. Here we have the picture, but you might find it difficult to see. The reason is because it is flushed. So in order for it to show clearly, let's go back, custom, then remove the washout. So remove the washout and you can see it now. So if you want to hide it, if you want to hide your watermark in the background, just check the washout box, and once you do that, you will be able to hide it in the background. Okay, let's add background color. Let's give it this color. You can select any color of your choice. I think this is good. Green accent 6, lighter 60%. This is at least moderate. So we have the document now, Microsoft Office Word document with background color, and we'll save. Let's save. It's been saved. I said demo 1, and now if you want to print, click on File, click on Home for this, then go to Option, and go to Display. In the display, if you don't have this checked, you have to check Print Background Colors and Images. If it is not checked, your background color will not print. So you have to go to the Option button and check the Print Background Color button. That is what you need to do. Once that is done, then I just checked this. I removed it earlier. I just put it back, but this is exactly what you need to have in place. You have to have a print drawings created in Word and print background colors and images, and you click OK. Then you are set to go. If you print now, it will show the watermark. It will also show the light green color that you have as your background color. Thank you for coming to this channel again. Please subscribe, like this video, and share the video. Thank you. Hello, I want to show you how to detect duplicate entries in your data set, and it's very simple. In under 1 minute you can do it. Just go to conditional formatting, click on the drop down and click highlight cell rules, then over to duplicate values. So that's what you need to do, but before we do it, let's first select the cells that we want to. So we want these 2 columns. Okay, so let's go back and do this. Highlight cell, then duplicate values. You can see we have duplicate values shown to us. Hello and welcome to ITBS Media. Let's quickly look at how to put a watermark on our document. So the first thing to do is to go to Design, once that loads up, then here under Page Background, click Watermark, and once that loads, you'll have this. If you click on this, you already have confidential on that, but let's customize it. You can customize. Let me first remove. I want to remove the watermark. I've removed it. Now the next thing I want to do is, let me now customize. so that we put our own word instead of confidential. Now here you can put text, so the text you want, you can put it here. And so let's use please do not open. Please do not open. So if you want it horizontal, you can put it. If you want it diagonal, you can change it. So, and you can decide the color. Put the color that you want. Let's make it red, so you can flash. And see, if you want to select pictures, you can do this. So that takes off. So here you have the pictures that you can select. Let's wait for this to load. Okay, so you can choose from your file. You can browse your file. You can take it from, you can check online, but I will go back. I will not insert image. I'll go back to text. So now that we have what we want there, you can decide to change the size. Let's put it 36. And if you want to change the font as well, here it is. So let's apply, and we have it right here. Please do not open. So you see how you can tweak it by using the custom icon here. And if you want to remove it, just click on this, it will remove it. That's how to put watermark on your documents. Thank you. Do like, subscribe, and share with friends. Look for next video. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is a joyful thing. ITBS Media, with your help and your followership and subscription, has brought us this far, and we know that we're going places together. Please keep sharing the videos, encouraging others to watch the video, and let's push it to 2000. That's the next milestone. Hello friends, let's see how we can put watermark on our documents. And this time around we want to use image. In the last video we used text, so this is going to be on image. So let's go to watermark here. Remember, you have to, if your document is in home, you have to come to design, and from design you come to watermark and custom watermark. So you choose picture watermark, and let's select. So it will give you options where to pick the picture from. So if it's on your drive, on your OneDrive, you go here. If you want to search it online, you go here. And if it's in your desktop, click this. So I'm going to pick it from my desktop. So let me look for my download folder. Okay, this is the one I want to use, and then click insert, then apply. We should be good to go now. So the icon is right there. So you can change, you can make it clearer by maybe putting other colors, making sure you have a choice of color that will come out clean and clear. But we have it right here. That's how to put image as your watermark for the document. Example of a use case in this situation is if you're preparing a document and you want a page that will start a section of the document to have a symbol, so that when readers are going through, once they open to that page, they know that they're going it. For example, this one can be used as the first page for accounting section of a report, while you put maybe something like any symbol that will represent operation for the operational section of that same document. So these are some of the things you can do to make your work more presentable and user friendly. Thank you. Remember to subscribe, like and share the video. Let's enjoy the knowledge together. Hello, have you encountered this problem like I did? I made a document with watermark and background color, and I wanted to print it, but it won't. So let's see. Print. See, the background color is not showing. And how do we solve this? Go to Option and click on Display and check Print Background Colors and Images and go back. Let's go back and see if that will work. There you go. So that's how to solve it. Thank you. Hi friend, have you encountered this problem like I did? I made a document with watermark and background color, and I wanted to print. See, I wanted to print, but the background color is not showing. How do I correct this? All I need to do is go to Options down here and go to Display and check this box, Print Background Colors and Images, and click OK. Now let's go back and attempt to print. You see, the color is showing. So that's how to handle the problem. Please remember to subscribe. Thank you. Like the video and share it. The caddy, the hard drive caddy, that's the component that holds the hard drive for your computer in place inside the desktop. So here they are located. You have it here. For this desktop Dell Optiplex 760, you have two caddies right here. So you can actually hold two different hard drives at the same time on this. So all you do is very simple. All you do is just push this clip together this direction like this and pull it up, and with that it comes out with the hard drive in it. So this one does not have hard drive now. Okay, so that's how to remove the hard drive caddy. Hello and welcome to ITBS Media. In today's tutorial, I want to take you through a practical lesson on how to remove the component parts of a Dell desktop. Precisely, we're using for our demonstration today Dell Optiplex 760. So let's start with how to remove the caddy. The hard drive caddy, that's the component that holds the hard drive for your computer in place inside the desktop. So here they are located. You have it here. For this desktop Dell Optiplex 760, you have two caddies right here. So you can actually hold two different hard drives at the same time on this. So all you do is very simple. All you do is just push this clip together this direction like this and pull it up, and with that it comes out with the hard drive in it. So this one does not have hard drive now. Okay, so that's how to remove the hard drive caddy. Now the next thing we want to move on to is how to remove the floppy drive, the DVD player, or the DVD writer inside, and that's this box here. So that is where you have that, and it's always connected with this plug right here that comes from the power supply. We'll take the power supply out later. So let's do the needful. Let's unscrew this. So you have the first one, second right here, and the third. All right, having done that, the next thing to do is I have removed this. This one is always in place here like this. So all you do is, the first step is remove this spring, pull this way, and you can see that the casing, the outer casing holding it in place, is already popping out. So just help it and pull it out. So that's the first thing to do. Once you pull that out, you can now have free access to pull this out through the front. This is your floppy drive, and that one is taken out. And you have your DVD burner right here. Let me move so that it won't touch the camera. All right. Then pull out the third one. So that place is empty now. We move on to another component, and this time around, for my hand to be free, I like to take away the power supply housing. So let me turn it so you can see how that is taken out. So we have the screws right here, 4 of them. Once you take those ones out, then you'll be on your way to moving that in the right direction so that you can pull it out. Charge. And that's the 4th one. It's out. Okay. Now, inside here, I'm going to show you, if you can see it, at the bottom right here is a clip this clip. All you need to do is press this clip down and push the power housing inside, and it will be free for you to move. Okay, so let's do that. Press it down and push it in, and here we go. All right, and there is still something, there is still one here plugged down, so we need to move this. So we need to unplug this. Then this can move freely now. The power unit has been removed. Let's now head towards removing the USB. You see the USB ports here. It's just one nut right here. Push this back so that you can see the nut right here. So put your screw there and loose that. Once that is done, you can just pull this out. It should fall in place for you. Okay. I have to be careful because of this opening here. It's getting stuck inside here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here's your USB connector. The connector is right here, so this is where it connects to the motherboard. So pull it out. Okay. The fan, this is heat sink right here. This is the CPU fan housing, and this is this CPU heat sink. The heat sink is sitting right on top of the CPU. That's the central processing unit. So what we do is there is just two screws, one on the right and one on the left. So try and get those ones out. Once those ones are loose, and here alright, I think we should be good to go now. Just pull it. Okay, that one is more loose enough. So I'm gonna try and maybe this side that is not loose enough. Alright. Okay, and here we go. See the heat sink. Now inside here, I want you to see the motherboard, and let me position there. Okay, here, this is the CPU housing. And for you to see the CPU, just press this down and pull it towards yourself, and you can then open it up in the front. So right here in the front. Okay, so this is the CPU right here. That's the brain of the computer. This is it right here. That's the parts that process and compute. You have to sit that rightly before, but I'm going to put it back. I'm not taking the CPU out of the motherboard now. So the next thing I want to do is let me still leave the fan. I want to take the motherboard out. So that's the next target. So I have one here, screw here, second screw here. Third screw right here. The fourth and the fifth are lying side by side right here. Let me show you. Okay. The fifth here. And in between the RAM holder, this is the bridge that holds the RAM. That's the memory. So I have, that's your DDR and place. So we have that. Then we have the last one right here at the extreme here. All right. So now we can try and let me see if we, okay, we still have two right here. The two that are holding the heat sink down. So you have to remove these two. If you don't remove these two, it's still going to be as tight as you have not removed anything. Okay. And the last one here. All right. So this is going out with this now. Okay. All right. So we can now move the motherboard freely. You can see it's coming out. Be careful not to spoil the motherboard. Okay, so here's the motherboard. And you can see the other side right here. Handle it with care. And you can see it's almost bare. Now, inside here, we still have the speaker. So what you do is put your hand at the bottom right here. There is a clip. Put the clip towards yourself and push down, and the speaker comes out. And now we have the fan. The fan is right here. You see, this one is a clip that holds the fan in place at the top, and there's another clip down here. That one needs to be pressed down. So you press this up, push forward, and for you to remove it, you need to press this one down. So that might take a little effort. To go over that. Okay, once it goes over it, then you can pull out your fan. And here, the fan goes out. There you go. And you can see. So, this is the last one. Sometimes a little bit difficult to pull because of the way the hinge latches, but that is that. So there is a hook by the side. It's not easy to move the hand. Okay, I get that one out. And this is the cover for the fan. Goes out. So these ones, unless you want to remove the outer Welcome back to ITBS Media. Last video we look at creating a login page with which we have another landing page. After the login page, you open to another page, and we said that page we will call it form window, where you fill a form. I'm still going to retain the word that word form window, but instead of creating a form, I decide we're going to create a table, and the table we want to create in the first page after we log in. That page we have a table, and the table will contain students record. So we're going to title it students payment and refund record. So we're creating a scenario where in the financial aid office of a university or a college, the student record is prepared. So with our minimal information that we will put in the table, we will be able to see how such table can be prepared, and in your own project you can elaborate it. So let's start. Before, let me log in back into it so we see what we did last time. This front desk as the username, and the default password is password. Okay, so here we have the form. I'm going to close it out, and we continue. So today I will change this welcome page. Let me change it to financial record. And here we change this from, okay, let's just make it students payment and students payment and refund record. Okay, so we have that. Let's move on, and we're going to use grid method. So I'm going to change this from pack to grid and put row. So when you're using grid, you specify the row and the column for your widgets. So let's put that at 2. Let's say row 2 and column say 1. Okay. So here now we're going to, the first thing we want to build here is our table. We're going to define the table column. But before we define the table column, we have to start with our building our tree view table. So say tk.table equal ttk. Remember we imported ttk earlier in the last video. So we have tree view and here we have our, where are we going to put it? We're going to put it in the form window. In the form window here, I'm going to put it in this, and that's where we put the label here too. So just copy this and put it in the okay. So we have our TTK in the form window. And what other thing we need for the tree view? So we need to specify the height of the table. So let's give it 18. Then our columns, we need to specify the columns. Columns. So in here now, we specify the columns. And let's say we have student ID. First name. Let's do that. First name, column. Then we have a last name. Let's give that LN. And next we have a total tuition, maybe total tuition. So let's say call that TT. Then no puts. Okay, TT. And we have a financial aid, or let's say payment. How much did the student pay after apart from the financial aid? If the student pay out of pocket, or we can say OP. Let's use OP for out of pocket. Out of pocket. Then we have refund. Do I have the financial aid there already? No, I don't have it. So for financial aid, let's put FA. This is how much financial aid the student is entitled. Then is the student entitled to refund? We know RF. Okay, with this we can proceed. Okay, 1 second, let me see. Unresolved TTK. Okay, let me remove this. Then from window label, I'm going to remove, put this down later. So I'll change this one now since I've made this on table TTK dots table. So let's make it this one TK dot table. Table the grid. Okay. Now let's create our column in between here. So I'm just going to do this. Define the table columns. So we say TK dot table dot column equal did I put equal there? No, not equal sign. Column. Okay. So our SID here, we start picking these ones and reference them. here as our columns. So SID, that is student ID, right? So we need to specify the width of the column. Width equals, let's make it 80. I think the default width is 200, but we don't need that much. So then minimum width, which is mean width, that is, if you collapse, if you are familiar with Excel, you can collapse the cell. So if you want to collapse the column, the minimum, or to what extent do you want that column to be collapsible, and to what extent do you want it not to be collapsed. So the minimum width that you can compress it to, we specify that, let's say that is 20. So once it's 20, you can compress it beyond that, so that the content in it can still show. You can know that we have a column there. So that is that. Let's just copy this to make the work faster, and come back to alright. So since we're having the same size for all of them, we don't need to change the width or the mean width. So let's make this our FN, and this our LN. That's our last name, first name, last name, and total tuition TT, out of pocket OP, financial aid FA, and refund as RF. Oh, careful when you type and say I put RF FR instead of RF. Okay. Yeah. Now let's define the table headings as the title on each column. Let me put it here. Define the table or the column headings. So we have similar thing. Only that the contents there will be different. Okay. So here we have heading instead of column. Under heading, alright. Now that we have all this here, so we change this one to text, cleaning this off. Text is what? So the first one, SID, is this is what we want as the heading. Whatever you type here is what we show at the top of the table, at the top of that column. So you have student ID, student ID. Okay, and here text is what? That's first name. Last name. And then we have total tuition. That's the total tuition billed to the students. Out of pockets. If the students pay out of pockets, how much? Then financial aid awarded to the students. And finally, text refund. So that is about that. Okay. Oh, I see. The problem here is that we don't have a TTK, so I have to import TTK. We did not import TTK the last time. From tkinter import TTK. That should take care of that problem. Okay, it's gone because we import TTK now. Alright, we'll come back to deal with this. Cannot find reference. Okay, init by. Okay. So what we have done so far is to create the table, columns, and the headings. Let's run and see if we will see anything. Remember, we have changed what the look should be. Okay, so we have our table coming up now, and if you look at it, you see that we have student ID, first name, last name, tuition, out of pocket, financial aid, and refund. But we have a default column here that comes with the creation of tree view, so we're going to remove that, and we'll go ahead and remove it. How to remove that is we'll go back to our columns, because we have additional column given to us by default which we don't need and we don't want. So just tk dot table dot column. So that default column is identified as 0 pound 0 like this. So width is equal to 0, and mean width also 0. So we specify that. What have I done wrong? Let's see. Take the table. Oh, okay, I see what I have done wrong. Okay, so all right, I did not put it in braces. That should take care of it. Okay, we're good to go. So let's go back and run our code and see if that column is still there. Okay, it's gone. So we have this to play with now. That is that. Okay, so let's continue. Now that we have the table and the column, it's time to create the input label. The input label is what we need, or we use to input data into the table, and for that we're going to create a similar we are going to create similar names with entry and label. But today I think I will not be going into creating a function. In the next video we'll create function, or probably we should stop this video here, then in the next video we'll create a function. So we have moved forward today, and one thing that I would also like you to see, let's go back to our table. Have I closed it? Okay, I think I already closed it. Let me run it again. You can adjust your table depending on what you want. So we don't have the label here, so we need to go and look for why our label is not showing. So let's look through and see why we have that missing. Okay, it has no, we did not position it. We created, but we did not give it a position. Where do we want it to be? So we need to add .grid. Your grid is the positioning tool. That's what we tell Python where to position that object or widget you have created. So we have row. Let's see where we put the table itself, so that we'll be able to position. Okay, we say row 2. Okay, the table is positioned in row 2, so we position this in row 1. Row equal 1, and we can put the column and let's say 2. If we want it to span, we can say column span equal 2. So with this, now it should show. Let's run it again. Alright, see where it is now. It's centered in our page. But if we want it directly on top of this table, in case we want another table to be at the right side, so we can bring it back to, we can bring the column back to that 1 or 0. So your grid will determine where it will be located. In Python, the grid, your column is numbered 0, 1, 2, 3. Your rows are also numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, and forth like that. So if you're starting from the first row, it's going to be 0. The second row is going to be 1. The third row is going to be 2. That's how it is numbered. So let's go back and position this as in column 0, and let's see, and we said it should span across 2 columns. That means it should start from 0 and end in 1. That's what it means. Okay, so we can see now it's well positioned on top of the table. So that's all we will do in this particular video. We have created our table, we have positioned our the label for that table, and we have put the headings. So then in our next video, we're going to create the input boxes, and we will be able to add record to this table. So watch out for the next video. Or if you look in at this particular at the description, I will have a link to the description. Thank you, and remember to subscribe. Hello, welcome to ITBS Media. In this tutorial, I want to show you how to create a login page and a landing page. That is, you move from the login page to another page, and that's, you need login page when you need to verify the identity of users before they can access the data you have in the main page. So let's use tick enter to do this. So we start by importing tick enter as TK. Then we need message box to interact with the users. So since we have those two, the next thing we do is to create a function. Or before we do that, let me just say root. So equal tk dot tk, and the root title, root.title will be login. Alright. Okay, so let's move this down, and let's say root dot main loop. So we can start creating our functions now. Let's say def validate login. So this is the function that will validate the credential of the users when they put in their username and password. Then the next thing we do is define our username. How are we going to get our username? Username equal username underscore entry dot get and password underscore entry dot get. Okay, so we're going to get it from the user. Let's now say if username let's use front desk for our username. Instead of, we can use admin, which is one of the common defaults. This thing, front desk and password equal let's use password for that. Password. So what should happen next? The message box should show information. Message box dot show info, and the information will be login successful. If you like, you can add a personalized message. Welcome user. If you like, you can put a name there for the owner of the credential. So we do that. Then we have root dot withdraw. Root dot withdraw, and that's the function of that is to withdraw the login page once the credential is correct. So now say, and what should follow? The form page should open form. Let's go window. Yes, that's else. If that is not, if the credential is wrong, this is what should happen. Message error should pop up. Message box dot show error. Now what should the error message be? It should be login failed. Login failed. And the additional information could be invalid username or password. So with that, we have created a function to look at the credentials supplied. So the next thing is we want to create the function that will open the window, the next window after login. So def def is open underscore form window. Remember, we have called it form window up there. Okay. Then we now need to specify where the form window will be. Form underscore window will be where? Let's go to tk dot top level, and it will be in root. As that. So now the next thing is to give it a title. Form underscore window dot title. Let's call it welcome page. All right. Form.window, let's create a label. Let's call it form underscore window underscore label equal tk dot label, and where will that be? The label will be in the form window. Form underscore window, and the text will be welcome to the form window, or you can call it form page. Please fill the form below. Alright, that should be good. So let's pack this now. What did I call it? Form underscore window the label, underscore label dot pack. So the row, and we just put it in pad X, and pad X will be 20, and our pad Y will be 10. With that, we're done with the function to open the window. So now let's create a login widget. Let's create a frame for the login widget. Okay, so I have login underscore frame equal tk dot frame, and we put it in root. Next, we need to pad it. So we have it as a root dot title, Oh, sorry, I said root dot title. Forgotten, I've gone beyond. Login underscore frame dot pack. That will be pad Y 10. let me see my login frame equal TK the root. Okay. So the next thing we do here now is to create our username, label, and entry. So we say username underscore label equal TK dot label so that will be in the login frame, login underscore frame, and text will be username. That's the one you will see. Username. And we have to position it. Username underscore label dot grid. So the row will be 0 and the column also will be 0. So we have that. Let's now go pad. Let's give it pad x equal 10, pad y equal 5. Right. So let's create the entry. We've created the label now. Username underscore entry equal TK dot entry, and we need to put that in a login frame, login underscore frame, and let's also position that username underscore entry the grid row equal 1. This time around the row will be 1 because the label is in. Am I doing username or password? Look, I'm doing username, so the row also will still be 0 because we want it to be by the side, not below it, not below the label, and the column will be 1 this time around. Column is 1, so it's going to be the next column after the. Okay, so with that we pad x equal 10. Let's maintain the same thing. Pad y equal 5. Should be good to go with that. So I'm going to copy this for the password to make life easier. Okay, so let's change this to password. Alright, so this one will change to row 1 and the column will still remain 0, while this one also will change to 1 and the column will remain 1. Okay, the same padding for all of them. The next thing we want to do now is to create the login button. The login button is the one that will trigger the validate function. the validate login function. So we say login underscore button equal tk dot button, and that will be in login underscore frame. Then text. This is what we see on the login button. Login. Then command will be validate underscore login. Okay, remember we have the function up here, right here. Okay, let's pack the button now. Login underscore button dot grid. So I want to position it. It has to be below the password label and entry box. So we have to put that in 2, row 2. Row equal 2, column equal 0. Let's use column span. Let's give that 2. Then our paddx equal 10 and pad y equal 5. So we're good with that. What did I just do? Okay. Next, we want to define what should happen when the login page closes. So we say def open on closing. Sorry, let me just on closing. So on closing, what should happen? Open underscore form underscore window. That's what should open, and root should destroy. Root dot destroy. So with that, I think we should be good. The only thing now is, I think I will bring let me bring this up here. Alright, so now we have our code. Let's run it, and let's see what we have done so far. Alright, so we have the username, front desk. I will intentionally put front desk and remove T. Then if you look at it, our password is showing. Is that right? No, but we'll still go with it for now. So because I put front desk instead of front desk, so we see this this is the work of the message box. Let's close that. Let me put T here now. Okay, so we see that working now. Okay, and once I close it, we can see the page, the form page has popped up. So I'm going to close it, and we will quickly look at few things. One is this. I'm going to remove the let's go back to the password. So here where we have password entry, let's go and hide our password now. Show equal, let's put this there. So once we go back and we run it, it will not show the password again. So another thing that I want you to note is this. You see we have root.withdraw here. I will remove it intentionally and I'll bring it back later. So let's run our code now and let's see what will happen. Two things I want us to observe now. The first one, let's see, front desk, and this is password. You see the password is not showing again, and by the time I close this now, see what happened. We have the login page right there, and we have the form page also coming up. The login page is not destroyed because we have removed the instruction for it to be withdrawn. So we have both pages, and I know you wouldn't want that in your application, to see the login page hanging out there for everyone to play with while they're using the main application. So I will close it out. You see, I close it out. Just the login page is still hanging in there, so I have to close it separately. Let me take it back now. Let me go and put it back, and let's run it. So front desk, password, login. You can see that the login page has been withdrawn, and we now come to the page we want to work on. So if we have our form here now, the user can now begin to fill the form. So this is how far we're going on this particular tutorial. Please subscribe if you have not subscribed. Look out for the next video. We'll be creating form using grid method to position our labels, entries, and creating our functions. Thank you. See you in the next video. Do like our video too. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to ITBS Media. In today's tutorial on how to generate random data, I want to show you how you can generate random data. If you need raw data to test your application, or you need it to, for example, if you are a database administrator and you have created a new database, you have created your table, and you need to populate it with raw data like full name, like date of birth, username, password, gender, and so on and so forth. You can generate your data without necessarily using real life data, which may lead to violation of privacy. So to avoid privacy violation, this particular project will be very useful for you. So let's start. We're going to need two things. We will need API called random user, and we will also need pandas to present the data we generate with random user. If you start it out and you receive error, it means probably you don't have this tool installed in your Python environment, so you need to go ahead and install it. And how can you do that? You have to go to your command prompt cmd and you type in pip install pandas. When you do that, you install it, then you also type pip install random user. Once you finish the installation, then you can come back to the Python environment and start your work. So say from random user import random user. You can see here is cap for R and cap for U. So that's that. Then let's import pandas from PD. Import pandas. Pandas as PD. Okay, we have that now. So let's say R is random user. Okay, so I will call my list. I will call the list I want to generate. I'll call it my list, my underscore list equal r dot generate underscore users. And how many users do I want? How many objects do I want to generate? Let me just say 25. Let me say 25. Let me generate 25. Okay. So, and let me now call it my list. So with this, see, it has generated the 25 objects for me. Inside each of these objects, look at this. This is the first object, a random.random user object at this. So inside this, there are so many parameters like username, full name, first name, last name, city, date of birth, phone number, password, and so on and so forth. So I will determine what parameters do I need, and I will specify it. So that's to do that. I will say for user in my list, this is what I want. For user in my list, so I want it to print for me. Print user dot, so get for me the full name, I want date of birth. Let's get date of birth. That will be user dot get DOB. Then user dot get underscore city, user dot get underscore username, and lastly let's get password. User dot get underscore password. So from all the list, then close my parentheses, from all the list of parameters that are embedded in each of these objects, these are the things I need. Pull these ones out for me. That's what I'm saying now. So it has pulled that out for me. But look at it. I can't use it this way. So let's make it more presentable. So what we do next is we want to use our pandas now. So let's define it. Get underscore users. So use your tab there. Users. So pointing to the list. For user in random user dot generate. Remember we generated it already, so we're pointing back to that. We had a 25, so we'll say users dot append. So we're telling Python to write it, to write what we pulled. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to say we open our curly braces and identify our first, or specify our first column. Our first column will be tagged name. And what do we want in name? We want user dot get underscore full underscore name. So that's what we want in the first column. And in the second column we want our date of birth. So we tag that DOB. DOB. So we want it to pull user dot get underscore DOB into the second column. And the third column, I remember, is city. Okay, so call that city, and that will be user dot get underscore city, followed by username. Username. User dot get underscore username. Lastly, we want password. To be shoved into that, to the last column. So we have user dot get underscore password. And with that, we now close our curly braces and we close our parentheses. So we now say return. Remember your indentation. Return pd dot data frame for users. So that's what we want. Okay. So with this now, we should be able to get our users in a table. Users. If there is no error, we should be able to pull it in a table for us. So let's see. Okay, beautiful. You see, we now have it generated and pulled in a table. And see what we have done so far is that, and if you look at it, we specified 25. So it started from 0 and ended at 24. That's 25 for you. And see the top: name, DOB, city, username, password. So you can use this in your test environment, or if you are training. So what we have used so far is import, to import a random user, and also pandas. So I do hope this will be very beneficial to you in your personal work project, or you can even use it at work where you need to generate random data, but with the permission of your supervisor. You do know that. So please do subscribe and share the video to as many as you believe will benefit from it. This is ITBS Media. We always love to bring things that we feel will be beneficial to you. Subscribe, turn on the notification button, and give us the like button. Press the like button. We need it for growth. Thank you. And if you have any comment, please feel free to put your constructive comments down. Thank you. We'll see you in our next video. I have a file open in append mode, and I've written to the file, so I want to read from the file. I have not closed the file, and I have not opened the file in read mode. Let's see what will happen. So it says not readable, and that's because I did not open the file in read mode. So the solution is to close the file and open it in read mode. Okay, so we close the file. Let's open it in read mode, and from there we can then read again and see what will happen. Okay, so let's read the file again. So we're able to read. Thank you. Welcome to ITBS Media. Today I want to show you how to create a new file in Python, how to write into the file, how to read from the file, how to append a new content into the file. These are some of the things we'll quickly look at in this video. And if you have not subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe, and also press the bell button so that you'll be notified when we release new video. And if you like this content, please do press the like button. Thank you. All right, let's roll. So to open to create a new file in Python, what you do is that's talking about file, open Then have your double quotation, open, then the name of the file. So I'm going to call this one tube file. Let's call it tube file. Then close. Oh, dots. What format do you want? In most cases, it's txt. Okay, so you have it like that. Then comma. Oh, sorry, we have not closed that. Then comma, space. Open your double quotation. Then put to tell Python you want to create a new file, and with that the file is created. Let's close this file. So you have f dot close, then parenthesis open and parenthesis close. So you have closed the new file you have just created. Okay, the next thing we want to do is, let me move it this way. Okay, we want to write into the file. Write into the file. So what you do is f equal open, then the name of the file is very important. You have to put the name of the file. That tells Python the file you want to work on. Okay. But instead of X, you are not creating the file again, you are writing into the file this time around. So you use W. W stands for write. Now it has opened for you to write into the file. And now let's write content into the file. So f the write, then you open your double quotation and the content you want. Let's say this is my new channel. That's what we want to write into the file, and close it. Okay, so we have written that. Let's write another thing into the file again. So instead of this is my channel, let's now say the name of my channel is my channel of my new channel is IT vs media. Okay, so let's write. So we have written 2 lines, but one thing you're going to see is that when we read this file, these 2 contents we have written into the file will be on the same line. It will be a continuation, but we want to have them in separate lines. We're going to look at how we can have them in separate lines, but let's first close this and let's read. Let's open it for a read. So if you want to open a file for read, you want to open the file, open a file to read. So what you do is equal, it's just like write. The only difference will be your W will be replaced. Okay, I need to clean this off, otherwise it will throw error. Okay, now we have it. So we change this to R, Now we're telling Python that we want to read this specific file, and it's open for us to read now. So we'll write print f.read. So once you put print f.read, then you open this and close your parentheses. Okay, this is exactly what I was our first line here. This is my new channel, and you see this is my new channel, but you see that the second line, the name of my new channel is ITBS Media. Continue immediately after this one. That's how Python will write it in the file for you. But if you don't want that, now let's see how to write in the next line. So let's close the file. Okay, another thing that before we go into that, if you write another thing on it, if you use write again on it, it's going to overwrite what you have in the content before. So don't use write. If you already have a content in your file and you want to write another content, you want to add to the content of your file, you use append. Before we go into writing to next line, so what we're going to do now is I'll close the file, f.close, then I will open it for append. So this time around we'll open it for append. Let's copy this. Okay, so instead of R, remember we use W when we want to write, R when we want to read, A is when we want to append. Append means you want to add, you want to continue to add to the content of the file. So it's ready for us to write into it now. So what we do is we pick, I will leave the content we have in there before, then we'll do another thing. So let me just copy this and we change the content. Okay, so now I want to append a new content to our file. That will be the next line. So if I still do that, it will still continue with the same line. So let me first do that. Let me first demonstrate that. Okay, so this time around I'm going to use the same content, but we now put it in different lines. Append will only make sure that you do not overwrite what is in the file before. So now to move our content to the next line, what I do is you use a backslash and n, and once you do that, you're telling Python that after this line, anything you write the cursor should go to the next line. So let's write another one. Now I want to append to, let me say this, append to the next line. That's what we do. Now this time around, okay, let's close the file. Now we have appended new lines, and the new lines, we appended the first line. We did not specify that that Python should write it in another line, and the third and the fourth line, the second to the last and the last line, we specify that Python should write them in different lines. So let's close f.close. Okay, we want to read this time around. Let's read the content. Remember when we read it here, everything was in the same line. It was on the same line. Okay, so let's go back and read this time around and see what how Python has written to the file. Okay. Print. Okay, so see, this is my new channel. The name, this is the first one up to this point, and this is the second one. It's ITBS Media. And when I said now we want to append new line, because we did not specify that it should go to another line, despite the fact that we are appending, it wrote into that file, but on the same line. It continued the line, but this is where we specified the append to a new line. Now we want to append to the next line here. So this is exactly showing us that when you want to move to the next line, what you do is put this in the back slash and n. It will move your line to it will move your cursor to the next line, and you can continue writing. Alright, so that's how far we will go. Let me close the file. So we have been able to see how to create a file, how to open the file for a write, so be able to write into the file, how to open the file to read the file, how to append. And I said append means you want to write, you don't want to overwrite what is already in the file. You want to add to the content of the file. And the last one is how to move your cursor to the next line and tell Python to start writing from the next line. Thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. Hello. In this short tutorial, I want to show you how you can handle the type error in Python. Type error is actually thrown when mistakenly you try to concatenate a string and an int. Probably you actually want to consciously concatenate your values, or you want to do addition you're using the addition operator and you mistakenly put one of the values in upper quotation, so all this could throw that type error. What it's telling you actually is that you are trying to concatenate two different types of data. So let's demonstrate this. Let's assign value to int to variable a, and to variable b let's assign an integer, a string 4, because we have put it in upper quotes. So that automatically renders it a string and not an integer. Same as C was John. All right, so let's now say, let's define variable d and assign b that is b plus c to d, and we say, so if we call d, you say for John, it can be 4 apples depending on whatsoever value you assign to c. Okay, now let's proceed and say e. We have a variable e and we want to define it, and say e is a plus c, and that should throw the error. You see, it says type error, unsupported operand type for the plus, int and string, meaning that the operator cannot concatenate int and string. So what do you do? So let's say a, we change our a to a string if that is what you want to do. But if your intention is to do addition, that means you have to remove the upper quotation from b, and that will give you your d, which will be so. But now let's first go through the route of turning the int into string. So equal. So now that we have done that, let's go back and define e. E equals a plus c, as we did earlier. Now let's call e. You see, we have been able to return e now. So that is what you need to do. Now let's reassign a. Let's say a equal 2. Let's turn it back to 2. And let's say our b equals 4. So this time around, what we have done is we have put the 2 as integer, and none of them is a string. So if we say e equals a plus b, it will do the addition for us and not concatenate. You see? So if you want to concatenate, that is join two strings together, what you do is you put them in upper quotation mark. It could be double quote, it could be single quote, it does not matter. So, but if you have put one in quotation mark by mistake, all you need to do is remove the quotation mark if you are doing arithmetic operation. So thank you. Please remember to subscribe. And there are videos, related videos in the description below. You might wonder how to handle zero division error in Python. It is simple, but you need to understand why this error is thrown in the first place. The reason is because mathematically you cannot divide any number by zero. So to handle it, you need to create a statement that will always check when there is going to be an input in that area of dividing a value, to make sure that zero is not supplied as your input. So to demonstrate that, let's create variables and assign values to the variables. So let's create variable x and assign 14 as the value, then b and the value let's assign 2, and for c now let's assign 0 to variable c, and for d let's assign x divided by b, and let's demonstrate that. So let's call variable d, and you see it has performed the operation there, the division. Now let's assign variable e with value x divided by c. This time around we want to divide variable x, which is 14, by variable c, which is 0, and let's see what will happen. You see, we receive zero division error, and to avoid having this error, what we need to do is just create a function to handle that. So if c equals 0, move your tab, print whatever you want to be displayed. That's what you should put there. So I will put division by 0 not allowed, and close your parentheses. and else, meaning that if that is not the case, then you print the value of x and divided by y. Print as x and y, x divided by c rather. Okay, see, division by 0 not allowed. Now I'm going to change the value of c, and I will assign another value to c, and we see c equal three. Okay, now that we have changed the value of c, let's go back to e. If we request for e now, oh okay, name error, that's another error now, saying that e is not defined because it has thrown error there. So let me go back to c. C is 3, so we need to define e now. E equal x divided by c. So e, you can see that now that I defined e, we are able to divide x by c, which we are not able to do up when the value was 0. That is how to handle zero division error in Python. Thank you. Remember to subscribe. We want to look at how to check if a module is already installed in Python. And to do that, the first thing we want to do is change our prompt to help. So let's do that by typing help, parentheses, open parentheses, close. Then modules, and put the name of the module. Let's look at Pi Input Plus as a module. Let's check if that module is installed. Pi Input Plus. So it's going to tell us that it's checking. Well, it has checked. There is nothing there. Okay, let me now, before we move on to that, let's look at another module. Let me use collections. Say now, because that module is not installed, it's not able to return anything here. Okay, so I'm going to use modules, collections, and let's see, it's returning that's returned. Welcome to ITBS Media educational video on the CIA triad. In today's episode, we will explore the fundamental principles of information security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The security model that we want to look at today is called CIA triad, and I've just mentioned that we have three ingredients of this security model. The first is confidentiality, the second is integrity, and the third is availability. So the security model is to guide security experts or professionals in security architecture or design, the implementation and monitoring of security controls to protect business sensitive data. But before we actually go into how to use this model, we need to know a few things about data we want to protect. It is important to bear in mind that business cannot run without data, and business objectives cannot be achieved without data. So data is like the gas on which the vehicle of business runs to achieve its objective, that is, move from one location, from its origin to its destination. And the quality of the data will determine the achievement of the objective of business operations. So businesses receive, create, process, store, and destroy data when the data is no more needed. So you see so many activities: receive data from customers, create data, process data, store the processed data for future use, future reference, and future business transaction. And when the data is no more needed, it is in most cases stored in archive because of the regulation. So when it is stored in the archive, it is stored for a period of time, and that will be determined by the retention policy of that organization and the applicable regulations. Now, looking at the point of having data, I said that the quality of data will determine the quality of the business process. So let's look at the quality of data. I will focus mainly on three things here before we touch on others, but there are three key factors when we talk about the quality of data. We talk about the accuracy of the data, we talk about the completeness of data, and the consistency of data. So organizations must understand or must ensure that data they have is accurate, that it has all values useful for business operations. Take for example, you want data on sales of maybe car, so you want to know how many people have bought car from your company, where are they located, what's their income range, and things like that, for you to analyze and know the class of people that you should target for probably the new model you're bringing out as a car manufacturing company. So if you have all the data about the purchasing power, but you don't have their geopolitical data, that is the data where they are located, where each of them is located, and for you to be able to determine from which region do you have your markets, you may not be able to determine, though you have other values in place, but you may not be able to determine accurately where you should send or maybe open a new store. So in talking about completeness, you want to be sure that you have enough data and you have the right data in your database. Then talking of accuracy, all the values recorded are the true representation of what they describe. So that's another quality that data should possess accuracy before it's used for business purpose. Then consistency. There should be no discrepancies in data stored on the database or databases or shared across the servers and systems within the organization. So there should be internal consistency. The data itself, if you open the data on system A, what you have there should be what you will see if you open it on system B. And how can we achieve this? You can achieve consistency through version control. That's one example of how you can achieve the internal consistency. Before we now go back into the main reason why we have this, is that your data must be believable. The believability of the data, how much data are trusted by authorized users in executing intended business process. This is very important. It has to have that believability. If the data you have, if it's not or cannot be trusted, then you would not have confidence in using that data to make informed decision. So let's now go into information security, talking about the triad. We say in this model here, we have confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So we're going to be moving them. We're going to be examining them one after the other and see how each of them impacts, or how we use each of them to protect data. What is confidentiality? It is to ensure that information is only accessible to authorized individuals and entities. So when you're talking about individual users, or authorized users, we're talking about not just humans, systems and processes that need the data. So let's see confidentiality here now. So the property of confidentiality is about granting access securely and denying access. So it's both granting access and denying access. Granting access only for authorized users. And I've just mentioned that access should be granted only to authorized users. Authorized user can be an employee, a customer, a partner, a provider of service. Let's take, for example, in a banking environment, as a customer, you have the customer login portal where you log in to transact business with your bank. So you are given access to what you need, not more than what you need. You're given access to where you'll be able to see your accounting detail, where you'll be able to transfer fund, where you'll be able to deposit checks, either maybe digitally and stuff like that. So you have access to that, and you have access to where you can review your statement, bank statement for the month. And you also have access to the documentation side where you can receive letter from your bank where you see maybe a policy has just changed and your bank has updated its policy about certain area of providing you service. That section, you have access to it. So the access is granted to you on need to know basis, and that is where confidentiality comes in. Confidentiality is to ensure that you have access to it, and you have access to it securely, not just have access to it, but you have access to it securely, and you don't have access to what you are not supposed to have access to, that is things you don't need. So, and while granting access to those who are authorized to access certain resources within the business resource environment, it is equally the same mechanism that will be used to deny access to unauthorized individuals. So, and doing that, the basic security control here is looking at access control. So access control helps in ensuring the confidentiality of data. Remember, we have talked about the fact that the quality of data, we talked about the accuracy of data, we talked about the completeness of data, and we talked about the consistency of data. You don't want any of this to be tampered with by an unauthorized individual. You don't want the accuracy of the data to be tampered with. That is, you don't want lawful modification. So you grant access to only those who should have access to it. That is about confidentiality. And let's look at integrity. So, integrity, I've talked about the property of data, and here they come up under the integrity here: completeness, accuracy, and internal consistency. You want to be sure that the integrity of the data is intact. But one thing, let me explain clearly: the completeness of data, accuracy of data, and internal consistency of data for the entire business operation is not the function of security professionals. The function of the security professionals is to protect that completeness, that accuracy, and that internal consistency, the creator of the data creator, the data owner are responsible for completeness, accuracy, and internal consistency of the data to ensure that the data they create possess these qualities. And the security professionals now help to ensure that in granting access is granted to only those who are authorized to use the data or to even view the data, and at what level of need should access be granted. Is it just a view, or the user should be able to write also into the data, that is, modify the data? So obviously when business operation is going on, there is always modification of data, there is processing of data in one way or the other. There could be aggregation of data and things like that, but this has to be done in the interest of the business and by authorized user. And because of that, the responsibility of security professionals is to ensure that they grant access to only those who should have access to the data, and also they monitor the access and review what is done with the access through log analysis and some other security principles that may be applied. Also, so we move on to the third one. So we're just looking at this CIA triad so that those who are coming into the information security newly will have at least a clear understanding of what CIA triad is. Now, talking about availability, which is the third component of CIA triad. Availability means that the system should be available, data should be available in a timely and reliable, and that timely and reliable access is granted to systems and to data by the data owner for users. And also security put in place must not impede the availability of the system and availability of data. So the security must work to protect the data and also make provision for timely and reliable availability of the data. One method, one common way by which organizations preserve data is by storing data in the database. And the security aspect of the availability is not just storing the data in the database, but by backing up the data in the database. When data is backed up, it can be restored even if there is any problem with data that is stored in the database. So data backup is very crucial to business continuity and also to disaster recovery. If there's any interruption in business and database is corrupted, the only way that business can go back to business on time is by restoring data from the backup to the database, or by creating a new database and restoring the data in the backup into the new database environment and making it available to authorized human users, processes, and systems. So these are just basic principles behind the CIA triad, that is the fundamental security principle or model that many professionals will use in the course of their operations, in the course of their career. And funny enough, we use these principles also without necessarily being security professionals. On your phone, when you put password or PIN, you're already implementing confidentiality as a principle. And when you try to send text message to your friend or family members and you read over your text, you're already looking at the integrity of the data you want to send. So in a very simple way, on daily basis, we apply these principles, only that as security professionals and in business environments, it is more comprehensive in the way the principles are applied. So, but that is just the basic description of the CIA triad. And I've said it that the integrity of the data comes primarily from the data owner, while the security professionals protect that integrity. Security professionals cannot just go into accounting data and begin to check, is it correct, is it not? So it is the data owner that is responsible for completeness, accuracy, and internal consistency. They have to work with security professionals to make sure that the right processes are in place, like version control, checksum, this data validation, and more other methods can be applied to ensure that integrity of data possessed by the business or of which the business is a custodian is believable, trustworthy, and useful. So that is how far we go on talking about CIA triad, and bear in mind this is protecting sensitive data. Sensitive data for one organization might not be sensitive data to another organization. So sensitive data in terms of each organization, how the organization classify its data, and what the organization consider the sensitive data that need to be protected, and also the regulation, the laws that operate within the country, region, or industry where the organization operates determine what data will be classified as sensitive. Thank you. So, hope to see you in our next video. Stay safe and secure. In this Python tutorial, which I call Basic Python Program, my intention is to break this lesson down for a beginner in programming, especially those who do not have knowledge of what programming is. Probably you're coming across programming for the first time. So I want to make it as simple as possible. And let's start with what is Python. Python is a popular high-level programming language that is widely used in many different fields like web development, data analysis, machine learning, and other fields of scientific computing. So one good thing about Python is that it is simple, it is readable and easy to use compared to some other programming languages like Java and some other ones. So it is very simple. That's just what I will say. So in this tutorial, I want to cover basics of Python programming, and we'll start with variables, data types, and talk about control flow, functions, and modules. So the intent of this very lesson is to introduce you into the basic terminologies in programming, and as a point of reference in Python. So let's start with and when we say Python as a programming language, in every language you have the syntax of that language. When you say syntax in English grammar, you're talking about how letters, words, and phrases are arranged to make sensible word or statements. The same thing in Python syntax. It is about how the data types, the variables, the words and phrases, symbols, and so on and so forth are arranged in Python for the Python interpreter to read and execute the command you have given as a Python user. So let's do one thing. Let's first move will be to print welcome to ITBS Media. What I've done here now is that I want the interpreter to print out this for me, and you see it has printed out welcome to ITBS Media for me. If I want to project this to a screen, or I have a monitor somewhere that is going to be the front end, this is what will be seen on the screen. Welcome to ITBS Media. So in most cases, in most programming language, the first thing you'll be asked to, or you'll be told to print, is hello world. But in this tutorial, we decide to use welcome to ITBS Media. Okay, so let's talk about how you start in Python. If you look at the screen, you see I have Python 3.10 64-bit. What you need to do is you go to the website https www.python.org/downloads. So if you go to this website, you'll be able to download the current version, and you need to pick the right or the appropriate version for your system. If you are in the Windows environment, you pick Windows, and if you're using 32 bits, you select 32 bits. If it's 64 bits operating system you have, you pick the compatible one to your own system. And if you're in a Linux environment, you pick for Linux environment. So that is how it is. And before we move forward, you see what I did was that I put this sign, that's hash sign, when I wanted to type HTTPS, because it's not that I want to run it, I just want to give you an information. So I do not want the interpreter to think that I want it to interpret a command. That's why I put that hash sign. Some people call it hash, some people call it pound sign. So you put that is what is called notation in programming. So once you put it, the interpreter understands that you have just written a sentence. It's just like in our daily talk and stuff like that. There is what we call rhetorical question. If you ask a question and you are not expecting an answer back, in that situation, you just put that question out for the hearers to hear. The same thing I have done to the interpreter by putting the hash or pound sign there. The interpreter will not make effort to read what I have put there. It will just bypass it and move and print and just leave it there like that, the way I have put it there. So if you want to give, as we continue in this lesson, I'm going to be putting that to give explanation of what I'm about to do next. So now let's talk briefly about variables. What are variables in programming language and in Python? Variables are used to store values in a program. In Python, you can create a variable by simply assigning a value to a name. So I'm going to put hash sign here again, or let me do this. Let me move this down. Okay. So I assume that you have gone to https www.python.org and you have downloaded the application, the Python latest version, and you have installed it. If you have not done that and you want to follow as I walk through with you on this, you can pause the video, go ahead, download the version that is compatible with your operating system, and come back to the video. So now I believe you have gone ahead and you have downloaded Python. You can now walk along with me. So let's talk about variable. Remember I said once you put the pound sign, you can type anything you want there and the interpreter will not try to run the program. So I will say defining variables. In Python. Okay. So let's give an example. Example we're going to give is, let's say x. So how do you define what x is? You put equal sign and you tell the interpreter what you want, the value you want x to store. You want x variable to store a particular value. Then tell the interpreter that for my x, I want you to store this particular variable. So let me put 55 as my variable. Okay, it has stored it. Let me create variable y, and let me store a value there. Let me say it is 100. And you see, so now I have stored in my variable x the value 55, and for my variable y I have stored a value which is 100. Now let me request from the interpreter what x is. You see, print x. You see that the interpreter did not print letter x for me, rather it has brought out the value of x, which is 55. Now I'm going to do something again for you as we go on to let you understand the next certain thing. Let me now say print I'm going to use lowercase x now. Remember that what we have here is x in uppercase. Okay, so you see we have error. It has thrown a syntax error for me. It says name error. That is the first thing you need to know. When you see name error, it means that there is problem with the name you have provided Python. Python is telling you, I don't understand this name. I've never come across this name. I don't know anything about this name. Can you check? And you see, it gave me a suggestion. Did you mean X? Say the lowercase is what I requested for. It says, I don't know this. It's not defined. But then it gave me the one that it knows as a suggestion. Are you talking about this? So let me go back. Print x cap now. You see? So right from when you start, because you're going to come across a lot of error messages in your programming journey, you must learn to read error statements. So you have syntax error, you have name error, you have a lot of, I'm going to make a video on different kinds of errors you may come across in Python, and that will help you as a beginner to navigate your journey through to becoming a pro in Python. So the next thing we want to do is to talk about the data type in Python. So I'm going to move from variables now. Talking about data types. In Python. Okay. So we have what is known, where there are different types of data type that Python can take. But then we need to understand how they operate. Integers. We have integers. So let me just type integers, which is usually abbreviated as int, and this is a whole number a whole number that has no fraction. Remember, this particular lesson is for someone who is just starting out today with programming, precisely in Python. I want you to understand exactly what each thing. I think I should have given an example. Okay, now how do you know what an int is? We will give an example. There is a way you can find out what a particular type of what a variable is. You can find out whether a variable is int or is maybe it's a boolean, is string or floating number. So now we have talked about integer and we said it has to be a whole number. So let's find out from Python interpreter what 125 is. So what you do is you say type and you open your bracket 125, and what you are doing is that you are asking Python, what type of data is this? See, it says the class is int. So we're going to be using this as we explain on the type of data that Python recognizes. So we've just talked about int now, the integers. So any whole number, it could be 1 billion, could be 1 million, could be 1 trillion. As long as it's a whole number and it has no fraction, it is called integer, and in abbreviation, int. Okay. Then we have a floating point numbers, which is called float. So the second one is, let me just put this thing down. Okay. So we have floating point. Which is float. Okay. So the float is a positive or negative number. It has a whole number and it has decimal. So it could be positive, it could be negative. So let me put it this way. Positive or negative whole number with decimal point or with a decimal. So that is what a float is. Let me give an example of a float. Or let's just say, okay, type 4.3. See, the class is what? Float. And let's move on to the next one, string. And string is usually written as str. So, talking about string, it is a sequence of characters like text and symbol. Then you have numbers. It could be just one word. So sequence of characters. Let's just stop it at sequence of characters. So when you're talking about characters, it could include text, then symbols, and sometimes numbers. It could be symbols, numbers with text or character. Numbers with characters. Let's just stop it at that. Okay, so let's give examples of a string now. Let's say type John. Okay. It wants me to first define the name John. Okay. Let me type John. So because it is string, I need to put apostrophe or colon. I need to, not colon, so rather I need to put all this inverted comma on it. So if you don't put that, it won't recognize it as string. So but now you see that once I put it, that name error is corrected, and it has produced what we should have. So, and the last one that I want to talk about is Boolean. Booleans are in a small yes or no, A or B, true or false, yes or no. So, and it's written as a Boolean, okay. And you can, the short form is bool. Okay, so we will stop at that for the introduction on data type. That we can still move further than that, but for this lesson, let's now move on to another thing, that's assigning value to these data types. Let's assume that we say X. This time around, I'm going to use lowercase x. Remember, we have value for uppercase X. I'm going to give another value for lowercase x, and also that will be, let's say, 49 lowercase y, 66. If I want to change the value of uppercase x, which is currently 55, all I need to do is x now equal 80. So I'm going to change it from 55 to 80. So now let me go back and say print x, and let's see what it will give. You see, the value of x has been changed from 55 to 80. That is how simple it is to modify data in Python. So we have, then let me say x, y, then t, equal welcome to need to put welcome to ITBS media. Okay, and let's say J, that's J is cap now, J equal true, that is true. Remember we talked about Boolean, we said it's either true or false. Okay, now we have all this. Now let me begin to say print. What are the new values we have now? We have print x, that is lowercase x 49. Okay, print y, and print. Okay, I think I've demonstrated that one. Print t, and print j, remember I said it earlier that Python is case sensitive. As I put print uppercase j there, if I put lowercase j, it's going to throw name error. Okay, so is there another one I have not printed? Okay, t x, I think we have printed all. So let me just do type true. You see, it's telling me it's Boolean. So what we have done right now, or in this lesson, is to introduce you into the basic aspects, the beginning part. Just like if anyone wants to learn English language, you want to know what are the letters in English language, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and stuff like that, and you want to start knowing which one is uppercase, which one is lowercase, and how can you use them, how can you combine them to form the simplest word. And these are some of the things we have just done now. So in the next lesson we will be looking at control flow and things like if and else, if else statement, while loops, for loops. Then I will also go ahead and do different types of errors you may probably encounter in Python, so that while you're working you can have that as a reference. But I will always encourage you to search. If you come across any, it will help you a lot, but so that you will not get stuck. If you have that video, then you can have it by the side. In case you have any mistake, you see, you can look through and see if the particular error, the syntax error, or any type of error that Python interpreter has thrown is in there, and you can see probably the reason why the error is there and what you need to do to correct that error, because it can be somehow daunting task when you're writing a programming language. In fact, that's one of the reasons why many get discouraged, and you get stuck, you see error, you don't know how to get out of the error. That is one basic roadblock that many beginners in programming language always come across, and they get discouraged along the way. So don't forget to like this channel, subscribe, and press notification button so that you will all be notified when we load the next video. Thank you. Highlight it like this, then go to insert and click on shapes and rectangle, then highlight. Automatically this pops up. So go to shape fill and select no fill, then go to shape outline and select the outline you want. So if you want the weight this to be, you can change this as if you want it to be thick, 1.1. Okay. Hello, in this short video I want to show you how you can track changes made to your Word document. But let's first create a scenario. Let's assume you want to send a Word document to a co-worker or someone in your class to peer review for you. If it's a co-worker, it might be a peer reviewed work, it might be maybe for approval, and you do not want anything in any word or clause inserted into the document without your knowledge. These are some of the things why, some of the reasons why you may want to put tracking on the Word document, so that if anything is added or deleted, you will know. So how do you do this? Let's first go to this point here. We have 22 words. If you right click, you see track changes is off. So if I add anything here we have welcome to ITBS Media. In this channel we share knowledge about common technology tools, and we go deeper into technology and security topics. Now if I decide to do this for, okay, let me not put that. You see we have 22 words. Now let's add tracking, or let me first put for technology professionals. All right, you see that there's no tracking here, and you right click, I still the same thing here. Now let me wipe this off. This is for technology professionals. Let me copy it and delete. Okay, now you go to review, and here you see track changes. If you click on for everyone, then anything you add after this, right click here again to see, you see track changes is on now. So anything you add here, see, it's marked because I pasted what I copied earlier on. So I've added this and it has marked it as, and that's how you see the marking. So that is far about that. It will show you the name of the person, the time it was added. So that's that. Now, if you want to make it secure, it's better you make it secure. Otherwise, someone else can get here on the same document and just click on this and click on for everyone again, and if the person add anything, it will not track it, and the person can, after putting whatsoever the person want to insert, can go back and put everyone and send it back to you. So what you need to do is to put a lock on the tracking. So if you put a lock, let's just use this. Now, if anyone decide to keep track of changes made to this document, this is especially useful if the document is almost done and you are working with others to make revisions or give back. So you see the scenario, you just want a feedback from them. You don't want them to put things that you will not know that has been inserted into it. You want to monitor whatsoever is added at this stage of the draft. So, and you see, you have to use password. If I do this now, let's go back here. You see, it's grayed out for everyone, just the person, nobody can change it now and insert anything that you will not know. When the document is sent back to you, then you can go back and you can put a password. You go back to lock tracking, you put a password, say OK, and if anything is added after this, you have to go back everyone. See, once you put the password, go back and click on everyone. If you use everyone, if it's just yours, if you put just mine, then you click on just mine, and that's how to password protect your Word document and track changes made to the document. That is how far we'll go on this. So it is for security, it's for monitoring of the changes to your Word document. Look out for our next video. Thank you. Do remember to subscribe, share the video to your co-workers, your friends, your families, and follow the channel. To beginners, and moving you through the process to becoming a professional in using Microsoft Word. Now, to do that, I'm going to tag this series everything about MS Word. So this one is part 1. Microsoft Word that we want to talk about today is going to focus on identifying sections, identifying the sections of the software called Microsoft Word. So you're welcome to ITBS Media. In this channel, we dedicate our efforts to making sure that users of technology and tools, they know exactly what the tools are and how best to use the tools so that you can maximize the potentials that are locked up within those tools. Of a series on everything about Microsoft Word, I'll be introducing the lesson that will start with identifying the various parts, like I said earlier, and sections of Word documents. So with that, you will be able to navigate around what sections of Microsoft Word, what certain sections are called. And if you don't know what the sections of Microsoft Word are called, it is obviously going to create a lot of problem when you want to search for how to maneuver that section. Maybe you want to use a tool in that section, so you need keyword to actually search. But if you don't know what keyword to use because you don't know the name of that section, as simple as it may look, it is only when you want to search for something that is when you will know exactly how painful it may be, especially when you are in a hurry to get that thing done and you don't know how to search for it. So now let's go into what exactly is Microsoft Word. Microsoft kind of communication, and because of that there is need to have a section of that application where you can actually input, edit, format, and also store what you have worked on. So for you as a user to use Microsoft Word documents, some have coded this application. They have written lines of codes, lines upon lines of codes, and those lines of code have been stored, have been prepared, sanitized and stored and kept for your regular access. So you access it, click on buttons which trigger the running of those codes. That is exactly how the application works. So what has the codes that have been written are the ones you are giving command to run and do exactly what you want to do. So you may not know how to write a code, but you know how to run the command without even knowing that you are running a code. So now what can you do with Microsoft Word within this sphere of the graphical user interface? So the Microsoft Word is the interface between you and the code, and that is what is called the graphical user interface. That's the interface between the user and the code itself, and the code is called code repository. So well, you can do a simple typing of content like journaling your experience about a situation or event. You can write a very good resume using various ready-made templates in Microsoft Word, or you can customize your own templates. Microsoft Word is widely used in offices, it's used in schools, in businesses across the world, and professionals use it to communicate in various ways, like using it to write reports, using it to design brochures, and students do receive their homework and submit their own work using Microsoft Word. So millions of employees, millions of business people, millions of students use Microsoft Word across the globe. And what about if you want to do a social event and you are planning? It's very handy in planning because you can design flyers, you can design other communication materials like a brochure that I mentioned earlier using Microsoft Word, ready-made templates, or customizing your own. Other things you can do. I don't know why this is it's like it's disconnecting and reconnecting. So okay, if you have not subscribed Please do subscribe to our channel, ITBS Media. Like I said earlier, we always bring technology, tools, and applications in a simplest way, in a simplest explanation. We bring it across to users. We share knowledge in very simple language so that it can be very beneficial to viewers. So subscribe, share the content, save it, and don't forget to press the bell icon so that when we release the second lesson or subsequent ones, you will be notified. And also when we schedule a live stream, you will be notified so you can join. Alright, so let's go to Word document itself now. So here we are, the Word document, you can see. And let's continue to, let's see what we have here, and we start identifying the different sections of Word document. I said earlier that Word document is one of the most popular tools in the world. It's one of the most popular tools that anyone can use when it comes to office operations. So when you first open Microsoft Word, the first thing you see is the Microsoft Word window. So right across here you're seeing the window, and everywhere here across everything you're seeing on the screen is the window, except the taskbar that is down here that does not include Microsoft Word. But right from this place up is Microsoft Word. And looking at this Microsoft Word, you see that it contains many sections. This is not all that is about Microsoft Word. There are still many underlining tools that are not displayed here that you can use in your business. So if you put your cursor here, this is autosave, and right here you have save. So this area and here, this is the bar, it's called title bar, and that is the one that shows you the name of the document. So you can change the name of the document. You can see this one is the default name, document 1 Word. You can click on save so that you can change the default name, rename it, and save it in on your desktop. So that is that. So you have the search bar here, you have this area for login, and you have the knowledge center. You have minimize button here, restore button, close button, and I'm going to now move on to the next level, and that is where we interact with mostly. If you look at this, you click on this, this is what you will see. You will see the home tab. That's what I clicked on. When I click on the home tab, it shows everything that is in the home tab. Let me go back to, okay, I think we're still on. So this is the home tab right here. Here's the home tab, and Here is insert. So for the home tab, if you click on home tab, this is what happens. Let's see what happens. You can see that clicking on the home tab, there is a drop down. That drop down is called ribbon, and that ribbon house or accommodate different groups of tools that are associated with home tab. Remember, we have the file tab, we have the home tab, insert tab, and you have, let's see the next one. After, you have draw tab, design tab, layout tab, reference tab, mailings, review, view, and help. So you have them all like that. But I will use the home tab to explain to you things that you need to know. So if I don't have a clear view here, I will use insert. Let me use insert. Here is insert, and right here in insert you see the ribbon for insert. You may not see everything, but one thing here that you see is that there is a kind of a divider among the different sections of the tab. There is a grouping of tools right here. These tools that cover page. If you have your Microsoft Word, you can open to it and follow as I'm explaining. So your cover page, blank page, page break, all these tools come up under pages. That is the group called pages in the ribbon. So next, I want to use home because many people use home often. So we start with paste. You have cut, you have copy, you have format painter, and all under clipboard. So, and you can click the drop down for the clipboard. You will see what the things that are on the clipboard. Decide to clear the clipboard or leave it. So we move away from there and we go to the font. And one other thing I'm going to do is this. See, we have the font tab. You can make bold of the letters, indent, underline, strike through, and other things. Here you can change the font here, the font type, or you can change it here. Then you can use Ctrl+Shift+F to do that. And you can increase or decrease the font size here. Here the size also of fonts in the cap, and here you can change the case. You can change from lowercase to uppercase. Here the font color, you can highlight text here, and this is using effect or typography. That's that. So in essence, we have different groups. We have clipboard, we have font, we have paragraph. You will see that as I'm doing it, the ribbon, which is this white section here that accommodates all this, keep disappearing? The simple reason is that it has not been configured to remain permanent there. And to do that, go to the extreme. Just move your cursor to the extreme. You see the drop down that is under share. Just click it, and once the drop down, you see the drop down, you just click on always section. So you click home, insert, or draw, design, layout, reference, mailing, review, view, or help. The ribbon will pop up, and you can now go down to the drop down at the extreme end, at the extreme space, at the end, then at the right hand, and click always show ribbon. So with that, you can navigate among the tabs, and the ribbons for each tab will show. So I go now to home, and I have it. So if you come across a problem while using Word and you discover that the ribbon has disappeared, you only see the tabs, all you need to do is move your cursor to the extreme end, click on the drop down, and select always show ribbon, and your ribbon will be pinned to the Microsoft Word document page here, so you can easily access it. Now here we have paragraph. This is the paragraph section of the ribbon, and this is the style where you can decide the heading of your document. You want to decide what style, whether you choose normal or heading 1, heading 2, and so on and so forth. There are so many there. So say heading 2, heading 3, title, and subtitle, emphasis, strong, quotes. So this is where you go under style, and each of these group has a drop down here at the corner. So this launcher is called the ribbon launcher. So you can click on this. Once you click on it, it will show you what we have in the clipboard, like I said earlier on. Or when you open it and you want to close it back, click on the same place. And for font, see, we have all this. See, there is advanced, so there are so many things that you can actually see here. Then I want to close it back. All I do is click on the same launcher, or click on this and it's back. So you have the editing section of the ribbon, the voice section of the ribbon. The voice section of the ribbon is for dictate. If you want to dictate instead of typing, all you need to do is click on the text editor area. The text editor area is the area you type content in. So if I have my cursor running active there, I can click on the voice, and whatsoever I'm saying will. So now let's see whether it will type what I'm saying or not. And you can see that everything I'm saying is typed by the voice application, because I have enabled the dictate tool on Microsoft Word. So with that, I will close it back. All right. Okay, the next one is the editor. So without typing, without using my word to type, you can see that everything is typed on the text editor pane, and this is one tool that you can use if you don't want to type. You want to write a story, you can begin to narrate your story, and without typing you will have everything typed for you. It will transcribe it for you. Alright, this is editor, and we have add-ins. So that's for Microsoft Windows. Let's just run through other tabs and see insert tab, draw tab. You see different types of pens and drawing tools, ruler, format background, ink replay, ink help, ink to shape, and so on and so forth. Then design. So this is where the design comes in. This is how I want to style my document. So the design tab is there. Remember, what we are doing today is identifying the different sections. So we're not going deep into what each of these tabs do or what they have, the tools they have in the group. We're just doing work around now, and after this video, the next one, we will start going deep into using Microsoft Word, improving on how we have been using it in the past by maximizing the potentials that are locked up in this software. So, and let me say it clearly, I am doing this basically for the viewers, the subscribers of this channel, so you can have, it is not a paid advert. ITBS Media has not gotten any contract from any company. We have been using this tool and we know it is great, and we want to push it out there for people who have been using it or who may want to use it to maximize the potentials that are in it. So that is about that. So you have color, and you can set as default. You can select a format and set it as default. Then you have watermark. You can put watermark on your document. You can color the page. You can do border, different types of border formatting, like putting colors, thickness of lines, and things like that. So that's for design. And layout, see, orientation, whether you want it in portrait or landscape. Margin, size of the margin, you can customize your margin, not just the default one that is there. Many have been using Microsoft Word for ages, and the margin they have ever used is the default one. You can customize it, you can change it depending on what you want to do, for the aesthetic value of what you want to do, or for professionalism. You can decide to change the margin. How about page break? You want to make sure that nothing is typed in a particular page after the content you have put there. You want the next thing that will be typed or put in that page to go to the next page. There you need to use the page break. Then line numbers, hyphenation, and things like that. So you have paragraph here, you have, and how you can arrange the panes. So that is that. Then reference, table of contents. You want to create table of contents, you want to update table of contents. So this section of the in this group you have everything that has to do with table of contents, and here you have things that has to do with footnotes. Here things that have to do with research. Here things that have to do with citation. So if you are an academician, this particular tab will be very useful for you. You see different styles of editing. See APA, Chicago, MLA, and many more. See, so then insert caption, cross-reference, insert tables, table and figures. So you can insert table and figures in your Word document, and you have to come to the references tab to be able to access those tools. Then what about index, citation? You want to mark the citations. So this is where you come under references. So we have then mailing tab, envelope, labels. You want to create label envelope. Want to start mail merge, select recipients, if you have your contacts and things like that. You can see how everything goes like this. We'll still get to the point of showing you how to enable some of the tools that are grayed out, and even bring up some tools that are not featured here yet. Now we go to review. In review, you have editor again. You have things like a dictionary, word count, proofing, read aloud. So you can, if you have pages you want to read, you can give command for the Microsoft Word document to read it to your hearing by clicking on this, and that will trigger the code to read, and it will read. Check accessibility, language, comments. If you are you're doing a peer review, either as students or at work, and you need your colleague to review a work, or a colleague has sent a Word document to you to review, this is where you need to come to put your comments, and then you have a markup here, tracking. You want to track all the changes when you send your document out. You want to track all the changes. Otherwise, take for example, you have 30 pages, 50 pages, and you send it out to someone to review, and the person has read through, changing things. You will not know what has been changed, what changes have been made. The only way you can do that is to use the button right here, so which is to track changes. So track the changes, click on that, and you say tracking. Then if the person make any change, it will be highlighted, so you can easily come back and see. Then you want to compare what was there and what changes were made. Here is the home. Then you want to protect it. You want to protect the document by putting password on it. Here, this is that, and hide ink. And let's go to view. We're running fast now. Okay, read mode, print layout. So all this is how it will look, how your document will look. Those are the things that you see up here. And here, you see, and macros, SharePoint. You want to connect with SharePoint. You see that right here. And you want to switch window. You have maybe 2 or 3 windows open. So you can switch windows from here. Okay. And this is, of course, this is if you need help. You click on that. Okay. Now I'll go back to the beginning. I'll click on the Save File, the File tab. And when I click on the File tab, you can see that we have things like New, Open. If you want, up here you can see different templates. If we click on more templates here, like I said earlier, that Microsoft Word is there for you with many templates that you can use. So you see, you can take, this one says take table of contents, insert table of contents, then the judicial branch. Anything you want to do, you definitely have something for it. Look at the lines here, and you can click on this search bar, type in what you want. See, these are suggested searches. Business card, you want business cards, flyers, letters, education, resume and cover letter, holiday. So you have so many templates that are there. See calendar and see Bobo appointment calendar. You see resume, reference, travel newsletter. So you can write newsletters, invoice. You have the certificate, template for certificates, birthday, celebrations, and many. So you have bundle of resources here for you to use if you are a beginner or you are a pro. But why we're doing this is that whether you are a beginner or a pro, we want you to be able to maximize the potentials, the resources that are locked up in Microsoft Word that many people don't even know that they exist. So, and the easiest way to do that is for you to identify be able to identify the sections of Microsoft Word and know their names. In case you need to search for any of these, you need a keyword that will give you the right knowledge you need. So we have that. We go back and you see save as by the side right here. So now we're back. I'll go back to home and we have our page back. Now at the extreme right, here we have zoom. So you can zoom in and you can also zoom out. You can zoom out and you can see the percentage of your zoom on the bar. So your zoom bar will tell you. Now I'm zooming at 156% of the original size, and I go back to 100% now. So you can zoom here. This is status bar right here. The status bar, that's the bar at the bottom. Remember, up we have the title bar, we have the tabs, we have the tabs opening up to ribbons and the ribbons opening up to group of tools. So at the bottom here we have the status bar, so you can know exactly the status of the page or your document in its entirety. Here it's telling us we are on page 1 of 1, And if I decide to bring it down and I get to the second page, you see page 2 of 2, and if I click here, it becomes page 1 of 2. So all these are functionalities within the status bar. And right here, if you click on this button, it will show you a dialog box. Just click on it, left click, that's the word count. It tells you the number of pages the document is, how many words are typed in, the number of characters. If all the spaces within are collapsed and there are no spaces, without spaces we have 158 characters, but with the spaces counted we have 195. And how many paragraphs do we have? Just one paragraph. If I go back and I copy that same thing and I put it down, the next paragraph, it will show 2 paragraphs. So, and how many lines? We have 15 lines. Okay, so let me close that out, but I'll still go back to the same button and I will right click this time, and you can see the bundle of information right here. How many number of pages we have? Formatted page number is 1, then section is 1, because we don't have the page divided into 2 or 3 or 4, so we have only one section. So see all this, so many things. Line number 15, column 1, word count 38 and 195. This is word count, not characters. This is word count, how many words, and then how many characters with spaces like we saw earlier on. So there are so many other things right here, and you can zoom is 100%. Zoom slider, you see our zoom slider here. This is our zoom slider. I call zoom bar the other time. Same as zoom slider is active. So, and section selection mode, recording macro is not recording macro now because I did not enable it. You can track changes here, permissions, you can format the permission, who should be able to edit this Word document. You can do it right here at the permission section. And information management policy, you can set up a policy for it, signature, label, and so on and so forth. So before I close out this, here we have view. This is read mode. You see, it looks like a notebook, read mode. So we have focus mode, and this is the very mode we're on now, print layout. That's what we're on. You see, if I click on it, nothing happens, but if I click on this, you see this, and back here, like if you have many pages, you can do it that way if you want to read, and you can see that it becomes a little bit bigger for you to read. So, and if I click on web layout, it will present it as if it's on a web page. So we have a web layout right here, and I'm going back to print layout now. So this is how it will be if you want to print it. So you can actually work on your document. You can put it either in a web layout, in print layout, focus mode. So, and right here at the extreme right corner, you have the slide bar. So this slides the page up and down, and that's how you can navigate from one page to another. So this is a zoom slider. This is a slider too. So you see, and let's see, is there any other thing I think we've talked about? Okay, we mentioned the title bar here, and here there is something that is called quick access toolbar. You see, hiding right there. You can actually, without going to the file tab, you can actually open a new window here. You can create a new Word document, email, says some of these, and if you want to hide it, you can click on this, it will hide. So if you want more commands, you click on this one. So let me put that one back. Now I'm going to alter this. I will just put this and this. Alright, so this that I've just put here, if I click on do typing, it will remove what I have just typed. You see, it removed that. If I click it again, it will remove this. You see, it has removed it. And if I want to bring them back, I click on redo typing. So that is undo and redo buttons within the title bar space. So that is how far we will go in this introductory lesson to Microsoft Word documents that we titled Identifying the Sections of a Microsoft Word. If you have not subscribed, subscribe now. Share the video, press the bell button so that you can be notified when we're going live or when we upload new video. Remember to save this channel, save the playlist that it is in, and continue to follow throughout this week and few more weeks. We're going to run through Microsoft Word documents, so many more coming your way. Thank you. See you in the next video. Hello, welcome back to ITBS Media. I have created a flyer with background color, but it will not print the background color. Let's see how we can resolve that. So let me click on file, and I want to print. I click on print. You can see the background color is not showing because it will not print it. How can we solve this? Now what we do is we go to options right here, and in options make sure you click on display and check the box here, print background color, and click OK. Then go back and print, and let's see if that solves the problem. Alright, so that's all. Thank you. So look out for info under file tab, how best you can use it. You won't want to miss that video because a lot will be exposed to you, how you can use it as a professional for security, for control, and everything about your documents. So let's see, we're going to select one eventually among all these additional software. So we have decided to pick date and time. Let's try date and time, if that will load for us. But let's wait and see. It might take few seconds depending on the bandwidth of your internet, the latency and everything, because remember you are sourcing it from another provider, another tool provider or software provider. So Microsoft Word is connecting to that provider to make sure you have that software right on the page of the Word document here. So you wouldn't need to go back to search engine to start typing in the search bar looking for that and probably copying something all over. So you have it right in your Microsoft Word. That is the beauty of having the knowledge of how to use add-ins in Microsoft Word. So let's wait a little bit. Oh, error 403 stopped. It means that the web app we're attempting is not allowing us to. I don't know why, but we just go back and pick another one. I will look into it and see why that one is not loading after this video. Do not let me bore you with troubleshooting that. Okay, so we'll go back into that. Okay, so we load, get add in again. Just click on File tab, go back and click get add-ins and it will load. Let's wait for it to load. Okay, now we have it open for us. All right. Okay, let's use the emoji keyboard. With that, we'll be able to insert emoji into our Microsoft Word. Let's see. Once that's loaded, we'll demonstrate how to use it. So don't forget that you go into the File tab, then you click on Get Add-in. So you have your Office add-ins dialog box load for you. Then you can scroll up and down, or you go to the left side to select any category you want depending on what you're working on and what you need. Just give it a little bit time to load. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video. Okay, let's try it again because I think okay, now it's coming up. Click on continue and if you click on continue, it will load. Okay. Okay, let's wait for it to load. It's loading now. Wait for it, let it load. few more minutes we should end this video. In no less than 3 or 4 minutes we should be done. As soon as this, okay, our emoji is up now, and let it load everything. It's just showing to us that the file is open. Okay, now we have emoji. So just put your cursor where you want the emoji to be and go back and click on the emoji of your choice, and it will paste it for you. So let's see. Oh, okay. I thought you laughed. So how about you using this? Alright. You can change it. You can, if you click on another one while it's still highlighted, it will change it to that one. So you can edit the emoji you have selected, and if it's not well positioned, you can move it around. And when you look, if you look at where we're coming from, by default we were on the home page, despite the fact that we went to file tab. We were on home page, but when the emoji add-in will load for us, it opened the insert. If you look up, you will see that insert is underlined in blue, showing that we are in insert tab right now. So each of these add-in software have the tab they are associated with, and you can see my draw.io also there. So now we're back to the file tab page. So you can see everything: home, that we have talked about, home, new, open, and share, and get add in. So with get add in, we'll see you in the next video.